morning, Commissioners, attendees. LPC public hearing of May 7, 2019. Chair Carroll.
Here.
Commissioner Glenn. Here. Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Demonstrator.
Here.
Commissioner Vogel. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Lefty. Commissioner Shamir Bergen.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Here. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning we have 4 items for a public hearing. I'm going to read them all into the record together, and we'll have a presentation followed by the public hearing. Item number 1 is LP 2622, the Sunset Park South Historic District in Brooklyn, with proposed boundaries described in the agenda. Item number 2, LP 2623, Sunset Park 50th Street Historic District, Brooklyn, with proposed boundaries described in the agenda. Item number 3, LP 2624, Central Sunset Park Historic District, with proposed boundaries described in the agenda. And item number 4, LP 2625, Sunset Park North Historic District, with proposed boundaries described in the agenda. And presenting is our Deputy Director of Research, Margaret Herman.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm pleased to present 4 historic districts in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, which are calendared for consideration this past January. As presented at the time of calendaring, research staff surveyed a large study area extending from 40th Street to 60th Street and 4th to 7th Avenues, outlined here in red, and documented the dates of construction, architectural typologies, styles, and integrity of over 4,500 buildings. This 1880 map shows Sunset Park in the broader context of Brooklyn and its waterfront. The neighborhood's historical development was closely connected to its working waterfront, with its architecture characterized by roadhouses built in the late 19th and early 20th century to house port workers, as well as professionals commuting to downtown Brooklyn and Manhattan. The neighborhood features striking topography, located on a hill sloping up to the highest point in Brooklyn. In such a large study area, we developed a framework for identifying historic district boundaries that should include intact rows of buildings that exemplify Sunset Park's historical and architectural development, incorporate blocks with the strongest character, highest integrity, and cohesiveness that together create a distinct sense of place. The 4 proposed historic districts are shown here. These areas contain the most cohesive and intact concentrations of high-quality architecture in Sunset Park, representing its primary periods of development. 3 are areas where coherent historic streetscapes continue across several blocks that together create a strong sense of place. And 1, 50th Street, contains 2 complete rows of brownstones designed by just 2 architects and is the most consistent block in Sunset Park. This presentation today will take you through the history and architectural character of Sunset Park overall and describe each proposed historic district. Sunset Park was largely farmland until the 1890s, when it was transformed by new transportation links and the industrial development of its waterfront, in particular Bush Terminal, a vast complex of piers, warehouses, and factories. This 1898 map shows that most of the development by this time is closer to the industrial port in the western portion of the neighborhood, shown at the top of the map. Please note that for purposes of legibility in a horizontal slide format, our maps are generally rotated with north facing sideways to the right. Formerly considered part of Bay Ridge, the neighborhood eventually took its name from the park located between 41st and 44th Streets between 5th and 7th Avenues. Construction began on Sunset Park itself in the 1890s and was completed in 1911, shown in the map on the left. The extension of the first elevated railway along 3rd Avenue in 1893 and the announcement of the planned 4th Avenue subway in 1905 spurred rapid residential development in the Sunset Park neighborhood, which was essentially completed by the time of World War I. Early owners and residents of Sunset Park included German, Irish, Italian, Danish, Finnish, and Swedish immigrants. As seen in this 1903 map and 1907 advertisement, long consistent rows of houses were developed throughout the neighborhood around the turn of the century, many constructed speculatively as 2- and 3-family homes, which enabled their owners to supplement their incomes by taking in renters. Working for local developers and builders, a number of Brooklyn architects are represented in the proposed districts, including Henry Spicer, Thomas Bennett, Henry Pullman, George Grusin, and William Rexer. Sunset Park was rapidly developed in a short time frame, and within its development history, we find three major phases: late 19th century development, early 20th century development, and later development between 1910 and World War I. Row houses built in the 1890s typically feature brownstone or brick facades with flat fronts or rounded and angled bays, such as the row on the left on 8th Street between 4th and 5th Avenues. Between 1901 and 1909, two-family row houses with more ornate elements were constructed throughout the neighborhood. These houses have facades of brick or stone, projecting round, angled, or flat bays, interesting textured brick detail, carved stone window door surrounds, and decorative cornices. After 1910, the extension of a new subway line into the neighborhood, larger apartment buildings, flats, and tenements were constructed, such as the one shown on the right. This map of building dates in the four proposed districts represents the general distribution of these primary periods of development geographically throughout the neighborhood. Sunset Park's older 19th century buildings tend to be closer to 4th Avenue at the top of the map, and buildings constructed after the turn of the century are more prevalent in the blocks between 5th and 7th Avenues. The proposed Sunset Park South and 50th Street historic districts include strong collections of primarily late 19th century row houses. The proposed Central Sunset Park historic district includes some of the neighborhood's finest houses from the turn of the 20th century, and the proposed Sunset Park North historic district contains strong rows of early 20th century houses, as well as significant examples of apartment buildings constructed in the 1910s facing the southern edge of Sunset Park. The proposed historic districts include some of the strongest examples of row house blocks that characterize Sunset Park's historic character in different areas of the neighborhood, as demonstrated in these images. The streetscapes included in the proposed historic districts are notable for their high architectural character, integrity, and cohesiveness. The proposed Sunset Park South Historic District consists of approximately 285 buildings located from 54th through 59th Streets between 4th and 5th Avenues. This area contains some of the area's oldest buildings in intact rows, capturing the early development of Sunset Park and its residential character. As you can see from this map of building construction dates, the proposed Sunset Park South Historic District was mostly constructed in the 1890s, shown in dark blue on the map. The proposed Sunset Park South Historic District contains intact rows of stone and brick fronted houses from the early period of development of Sunset Park. Purple shades on the map indicate brownstone row houses with angled bays, round bays, and flat fronts. Pink hues indicate brick buildings, again with a variety of bay shapes, including angled bays, round bays, shallow flat bays, and flat fronts. As maps indicate, streets are characterized by long rows of similar buildings with similarly shaped bays. 59th Street has a unique row of flat-fronted brick houses, and the row houses across the street alternate between round and angled bays. The proposed Sunset Park South Historic District has a high level of integrity. Intact buildings retain their historic character and features. Minor alterations might include the removal of a historic feature like a stoop or cornice. Major alterations included additions, refacing, and any changes that significantly detract from the original design and appearance of the building. A portion of 57th Street contains buildings with major alterations and scales not consistent with the historic character of the surrounding streets and was not included in the proposed district. These blocks in the Sunset Park South Historic District contain brick and stone fronted houses. Here we see stone and brick row houses with angled and round bays, intact stoops and railings, and carved and molded ornament. The houses often incorporate decorative elements and alternating patterns to differentiate houses in long rows. These images from 56th Street show examples of the level of ornamentation found in the proposed Sunset Park South Historic District. The proposed district also contains flat-fronted brick buildings. The buildings seen on the left are located on the north side of 59th Street, and the buildings on the right are located on 54th Street. The proposed Sunset Park 50th Street Historic District consists of two rows of 25 houses framing 50th Street between 4th and 5th Avenues. Constructed between 1897 and 1899, as Sunset Park was developing into a working and middle-class community, this section of 50th Street is one of the neighborhood's finest historic blocks, notable for its cohesive rows of remarkably well-preserved brownstone-fronted houses representing the turn-of-the-century architectural development of Sunset Park. All of the houses in the proposed Sunset Park 50th Street Historic District were designed by Brooklyn architects Henry Spicer and Thomas Bennett for local developers and constructed between 1897 and 1899. The houses on this block are all of consistent design, featuring high stoops, angled or round projecting bays, and richly textured brownstone fronts. Their facades incorporate two of the most popular row house styles of the day, the Romanesque Revival and Renaissance Revival. These houses combine the rough surfaces and curvilinear medieval ornament of the Romanesque Revival style with the angular forms and classical details of the Renaissance Revival style. With its unified roads designed by only two architects and high degree of historical integrity, the proposed Sunset Park 50th Street Historic District remains one of its neighborhood's standout blocks. The proposed central Sunset Park Historic District consists of approximately 148 buildings located on 47th and 48th Streets between 5th and 6th Avenues, and along both sides of 6th Avenue between 47th and 49th Streets. Constructed between 1897 and 1906, the central area incorporates some of the area's outstanding turn-of-the-century residential architecture and includes intact blocks found along 6th Avenue that extend the character of the mid-blocks and strengthen the sense of place. Most of the roads in the proposed Central Sunset Park Historic District were constructed in the first decade of the 20th century, featuring both stone and brick facades. The proposed district also includes a church along 6th Avenue and 48th Street, built in 1921. Clad in brick, limestone, brownstone, or a combination of materials, the proposed district's row houses are predominantly 2 stories with basements and high stone stoops, most of which retain historic iron railings. The streetscapes feature consistent cornice lines, rounded and angled bays, and elaborate carved ornament. Here you can see some examples of the intricate carved detail in stone stoops with iron railings in the proposed Central Sunset Park Historic District. The photo on the left is of 48th Street, and on the right is a row of brownstone houses with L-shaped stoops along 6th Avenue. The proposed Sunset Park North Historic District consists of approximately 56 buildings on the south side of 44th Street between 5th and 7th Avenues. The 2 well-preserved blocks overlooking Sunset Park are notable for their cohesive rows of limestone and brick-fronted houses and apartment houses, all representing the neighborhood's architectural development just following the turn of the 20th century. The proposed Sunset Park North Historic District includes both row houses built in the first decade of the 20th century and apartment buildings built between 1913 and 1914. These blocks have a special character along the park and include a unique row of limestone fronted houses and one of the neighborhood's most intact and consistent blocks of brick, flat-fronted row houses. Built as modest 2-family houses by local architects and developers, the proposed Sunset Park North Historic District's row houses were designed in the popular Renaissance Revival style. At the corner of 6th Avenue are 4 apartment buildings designed in 1913 and 1914 by Eisenla and Carlson. The apartment buildings feature brick facades with an eclectic mix of classical and arts and crafts detailing, shown here on the left. On the right is a highly intact row of limestone-fronted row houses with rounded bays and stone stoops, featuring a unified cornice line and rhythm of projecting bays and carved ornament. Overlooking Sunset Park on a sloping hill, this block has a strong sense of place highlighted by its fine architecture and natural topography. East of 6th Avenue is an intact row of 25 brick row houses, all built in 1903 and designed by the architect and developer William E. Kay. The houses feature shallow projecting rectangular bays and stone trim, as well as ornamented cornices and inset brick panels. This modest row house type is characteristic of the early 20th century development of Sunset Park, and this row is one of the most intact of this type in the neighborhood. With their geographical distribution throughout the neighborhood, the 4 proposed historic districts capture the primary periods of development and resulting range of residential building typologies in Sunset Park. Together, they tell the story of Sunset Park's development history and capture its most significant architecture and streetscapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Now I'd like to welcome the public to speak, and we have presented all 4 districts together, so you may testify on one or all 4 historic districts. If you are going to speak on just one historic district, just please state the name of that district so that we can note that for the record. And I also just want to note that there is a 3-minute time limit for all speakers. And since we have a lot of speakers today, I'll ask everyone to respect that time limit. So thank you. And we're going to start with Councilmember Carlos Machado.
Buenos dias. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm here to give my testimony as a witness to this incredible, count them, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 proposed districts And as the council member for this incredible neighborhood, I'm just wanting to say thank you to the LPC and the incredible work that you have done today. It was the better part of this decade that many of you here in this room saw one at a time buildings go down. And it just takes one building to go down to really kind of capture the spirit of the work that was in front of you. But those buildings kept coming down one at a time, and you organized. And you brought yourselves together as a community, and you did the homework, and you presented here at this table actually many, many times. And we were here together. You did the work, you photographed, you told stories, you did the research, and you presented the data and documents here, and you were persistent. You did not stop. You were dedicated. And these are the stories of, I think, so many New York's historic districts. But I think this is special for a couple of reasons. Not only did they capture the district's history, they were able to create a fabric of present-day life that were behind the doors in the brick and mortar. And that, I think, is the magic of what's happened today. It's changed the hearts and minds not just of their neighbors, but of you. And you, I want to say thank you to stepping up and saying yes to the thought of what was finally discussed and promised, but to say yes to that. And that's why I'm saying yes and thank you to all of you today. The historic district and the value that we are presenting is not just to present or to preserve the fabric of this neighborhood. This is also to preserve the fabric of the future of Sunset Park. And we're going through a massive transformation. And this one signal is going to help us continue to do the organizing, not just for the folks that own homes, but for the entire district of immigrant heritage that we want to just not think about the past, but of the future. Sunset Park will always be an immigrant neighborhood where people can come and build families and grow together as a very diverse community. And so with that, I want to say thank you so much and congratulations to every single one of you here today. Thank you.
Lynn Massico. Hello, I'm Lynn Massimo. I'm from the Sunset Park Landmarks Committee, a grassroots organization. We are here today because we work really hard, but also because the LPC recognizes the threat Sunset Park is under. The LPC sees, as we do, how the architectural changes are taking away the sense of place. Thank you, Chair Carroll, Lisa Krusavich, Kate Limos-McHale, and Erica Rothman for your work and your willingness to think outside the box on multiple non-contiguous areas. And when I speak, please hear not only my single voice, but the literal thousands of voices that support preserving Sunset Park. So many are in support. Please let me count the wins. Over 3,000 Sunset Parkers, owners and renters, signed the Sunset Park Landmarks Committee petition in support of a historic district. Over 400 homeowners wrote support letters. Well, Councilman Menchaca, obviously you just heard, and you've known he's in support. Assemblyman Felix Ortiz, Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez, former State Senator Hamilton, Community Board 7, Uprose, the Sunset Park 5th Avenue bid, the Chinese American Planning Council, Greenwood Cemetery, Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, Battleship Norwegian United Methodist Church. And switching hats, I'm also here as the Vice Chair of Community Board 7's Land Use and Landmarks Committee. And I'm here also to present the board's letter reaffirming the board's unanimous support of all 4 historic districts. Who can I give the letter to? And thank you so very much. Andrea Golden.
Good morning, Chair Carolyn Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldman, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is so pleased to join elected officials, advocates, and residents of Sunset Park to support designation of these 4 historic districts. They all merit this recognition for their fine architecture, strong sense of place, and role in New York's history. The 4 districts comprise some 500 buildings, primarily row houses, along with flats buildings and 1 religious property. They have a shared history, built at the end of the 19th and early 20th centuries, as the nearby waterfront was developed with new industrial uses and jobs. As the subway was completed and the park established, these new houses built along the blocks became an attractive option to New Yorkers, but especially to new residents, including Irish, German, Norwegian, Swedish, Italian, Russian Jewish, and Finnish immigrants. As the 20th century concluded, these features were all still appealing now to newer Latino and Asian immigrant populations. The districts are composed primarily of rows of limestone, brownstone, brick houses, with some projecting bays as flats. The houses are primarily built in the revival styles of the era, Neo-Brick, Romanesque Revival, and Renaissance Revival. The historic height, scale, and massing of these houses is intact, along with their masonry facades, elaborate cornices, and robust stoops. And while there have been some modest alterations, the sense of place along these roads remains strong and evident. The Central Sunset Park District also includes the Neo-Gothic style Park United Presbyterian Church, now Iglesia Presbyteriana Sion, a handsome brick building. All of the districts are within the boundaries of the State and National Historic Register Historic District. The Conservancy is so pleased to see these districts finally coming forward after decades of advocacy from this community. We're happy to offer building owners assistance from our Technical Services, Historic Properties Fund, and Sacred Sites programs. As this neighborhood faces enormous development pressures, we thank the Commission for bringing these districts forward, urge a swift vote, and thank you for the opportunity to express these views.
Lee Chabowski.
Good morning. Thanks for hearing us this morning. My name is Lee Chabowski. I live at 449 50th Street. So I'm here to advocate for the 50th Street preservation, and thanks to the LPC once again. But I strongly support that as well as all the districts. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and truly appreciate your consideration on this. Thanks a lot.
Andrea Ashton.
Hi, thanks for having us here today. I live on 50th Street, right near Lee, and many others here. And I've been there for almost 17 years, and I've been watching sort of the neighborhood shift, and it's a little scary. And this has been talked about for a long time, and it's really exciting to finally be here now. I have a friend whose mother passed away recently. She's living in New Jersey, but in her obituary, it mentioned that she, as an immigrant from Norway, had lived in Sunset Park. So it feels very important to sort of maintain this history for us and for everyone. And thank you. That's all.
Kit Lamiani. Kit Lamiani.
Sorry.
You want to speak?
Good morning, everyone. Kid is my friend. I'm representing him. I live at 57th Street. And the Sunset Park is a great neighborhood. We oppose any changes. Thank you.
Simeon Baker.
Good morning, Commissioners. In the efforts to keep this moving along, I'm going to actually condense all four. I will submit my full testimony with all the stat plus pros for your records. Good morning, I'm Simeon Bancroft, Executive of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is thrilled to speak in support of this and the other all the proposed historic districts in Sunset Park. As the commissioners are aware, this hearing is a long time in coming. In the 1980s, a group of neighbors banded together to sponsor a successful nomination written by Andrew S. Dolkart, you may have heard of him, of the large swath of the neighborhood to the National Register of Historic Places. The National Register District was at that time one of the largest in New York State. While listing on the National Register is a fine thing, when it comes to protecting a neighborhood's character, nothing substitutes for landmark designation. Small incremental changes have eaten into this neighborhood's intact historic architecture and are at risk of taking bigger bites. Recognizing the slow drip of entropy, the Sunset Park Landmarks Committee, organized 6 years ago, has done a masterful job of analyzing and mobilizing their neighborhood. We are proud to work closely with them for years to bring this matter to the hearing. As a happy byproduct of their efforts in generating preservation activity in the area, thanks to the swift action of the LPC, the only mansion in Sunset Park was recently saved from destruction. With preservation, it's not only the things you make along the way, but the buildings you save while doing it. Now I'm going to talk very briefly about the four districts. Yeah, very briefly. Okay. The specific streets of the proposed Sunset Park South Historic District are especially lovely, consisting of rows of nicely detailed row houses ranging from the relatively ornate to the pleasingly simple, all in complementary styles, colors, and materials. While there have been some unfortunate cosmetic alterations over the years, such as the loss of original stoop railings and ironwork and the insertion of above-door awnings, which could be thought of as a common vernacular mid-century alteration, the late 19th century character of these blocks shines through clear and distinct. We're extraordinarily pleased that you're moving ahead with this proposal. We would observe that it's very unfortunate that the Commission drew boundary lines to scrupulously avoid many of the multifamily dwellings in the area, especially along 4th Avenue. These buildings are of a piece with the neighborhood and it would be nice to include them. The 50th Street Historic District is a standout block in a neighborhood known for its lovely streets. Generally speaking, HTC prefers a broader brush when applying landmark designation to an area, but in this instance, the designation of a single block can be rationally justified. Given the consistent origin, development history, materials, designers, and high level integrity of the street, it definitely raises to the level of historic district. Not to sound ungrateful, but the block brings to mind other unprotected streets of similar quality in southern Brooklyn, such as Center Street and Bay Ridge. We know that LPC is looking at Bay Ridge and would recommend looking at some of those streets, particularly Center Street. We also appreciate that the LPC is being very small C Catholic in their consideration of the minor changes of the scoop metalwork and the occasional entranceway awning, as mentioned earlier. These are the smallest of small things that can be changed to a much more historic look in the future or ignored without undue consternation until such times they may need to be replaced. I then say nice things about the central Sunset Park District. I particularly like the fact that you can walk through it, go in and out, and yay on the church. And finally, I say extraordinarily elegant and articulate things about taking an entire row of buildings next to a park. Thank you.
Pearl Albino, followed by Jesse Pizzicato.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Albino. I live on 35th Street. I have lived in Sunset Park for practically all my adult life. First on 58th Street, and for the last almost 10 years on 55th Street, which is a street I love because of the architecture. At the end of the block, we have the recently saved mini mansion. My daughters were born in Sunset Park. I'm now a grandma. One of them moved away, obviously, the other one is still around, and they love the house. They love the block, they love the people that have been there for many years. So we will be eternally grateful if we are able to help us save our houses and our blocks and our critical projects. Thank you.
Jesse Pizzicato, followed by Robert Daniels.
Good morning, Good morning, I'm Jessie Piscatello. I'm here representing 50th Street, but also I'm, hopeful that every part of it gets passed. So I am a homeowner on 50th Street, and my husband and I and my son and daughter live at 440. We moved in a couple of years ago, but we've been in Sunset since 2007. I'm a teacher also in the area, although I'm part-time, so I'm not leaving my students with a sub to see you guys. I'm leaving my daughter with a babysitter. So I worked on a little brief statement talking specifically about 50th Street because I know it is a little different than most historic districts, and we're really thankful that you guys thought about having 4 non-contiguous areas. And I know that 50th Street is special because it's a single block. And I think it was mentioned, but I want to just highlight that it's the only full block of full block stoops in the entire neighborhood. There are some in the Central Park, or the Central Sunset Park, but it's not on both sides. So we're the only one that has that, so that's a major architectural feature. And I just, after everything, and I won't repeat all the historical things that have been said, but it seems to me that the question about all 4 of the districts, and specifically 50th Street, isn't any longer why should they be included, but why not? You guys, thankfully have presented 4 different areas, and precedent has been set already for non-contiguous areas to be landmarked, so we're hopeful that this too will pass. Thank you so much.
Robert Kennedy, followed by Ming Chang Wu.
I'm speaking for the South District. My paternal grandparents bought that house shortly after it was built. They paid $3,000 for it, which was considered a lot of money in those days. My grandmother told me that the good wage was $5 a week. Unskilled labor made $3 a week. But then you could buy a steak for a dime. The house was illuminated by gaslight. You had to shovel coal into a boiler to heat it. And the sewer lines hadn't been run yet, so there was an outhouse in the backyard. Eventually, indoor plumbing was on every floor. The gas lights were converted to electric, and the boiler was converted to gas. But the plumber warned us not to buy a new boiler because it wouldn't last over 100 years as the old boiler has. Perhaps because of the low cost of labor or a different sense of values at the time, there's a tremendous amount of detail in the building. I grew up in that house, and I took this detail for granted until I moved and lived in other places. So when I saw that it was recommended for preservation with the nomination, I realized why it was necessary to preserve it. Control of the house eventually passed to me, and I had to renovate the top floor in order to generate income to support the house. The first contractor I called in wanted to tear down the old plaster walls and put up sheetrock. I was horrified. I said, I want to preserve those walls, not tear them down. I learned it would cost a lot more to preserve them, but I thought it was worth preserving the craftsmanship. I have several pictures here which I'm going to leave with the committee, but this one is large enough to see the plastered scroll work on the walls and ceilings. This is why I'm urging you to support the preservation of the Sunset Park districts. Because in the future, I hope that homeowners will realize that they're living in a cultural heritage birth district. Thank you.
Ming Chang Lu, followed by Fred Meyer.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ming. I'm from Santiago. My English is not very good, so I try my best. A lot of people like me just wondering what's history. A lot of people don't understand. I think you guys explain more what can we do, what can we cannot do after you guys doing the history. Inside, outside, what party, what job, what should I apply for permit by doing things like small items. I think I need more information. It would be great if you guys explain more, so people don't have to worry about it.
Thank you.
And we have done a number of community meetings, but we will certainly speak to you and answer any questions that you have.
Continue that conversation. Fred Manas.
I'll send it in offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rosalena Peña.
Buenos días a todos. La verdad, me da mucha vergüenza decir, pero yo no hablo inglés, yo no entiendo mucho lo que ustedes hablaron y lo que yo pudiera sugerir mejor que cuando llegas a casa de reuniones siempre hay una persona que traduzca. Mi mamá es la dueña de la casa, tampoco habla inglés, entonces no puedo opinar nada de lo que se habló porque no entiendo. Gracias.
Do you need translation?
Yeah.
I can do it. Yeah, we can.
Some worries.
I'll let you go.
Me da mucha alegría que sea patrimonio para que no cambie la figura, la estructura de las casas, porque siempre se ha distinguido, incluso cuando nosotros hablamos en Ecuador de unas películas y distinguíamos sin haber venido y acá, eso es Brooklyn, por las figuras que daban.
She said that she's very happy to learn that she's living in a patrimonial neighborhood, that she remembers living in Ecuador and seeing pictures of Brooklyn, and now she realizes how beautiful it is.
Sí, que realmente por donde yo vivo, por cerca de las 60, hemos visto que ha cambiado mucho la estructura de las casas, y ahora ya no son las mismas como cuando nosotros dejábamos de son planas, ya van elevándose más, y siempre nos cuestionamos con la familia, mira, son gente de otros países que a lo mejor es así donde ellos viven, pero cambia la estructura de acá.
She said that she lives in by 60th Street, and she had noticed that new immigrants come in, and probably they want to build houses the way that the houses have been in the country, and the houses are no longer with a beautiful architecture, like kind of rather flat and taller, and she kind of like feel like she's awkward every time that they change the factory of the house.
Bueno, y que es lo mejor que pudieran haber intentado escaleo o no sé, pero para poder conservar las mismas estructuras de Brooklyn está bien, los felicito.
That she's happy that it's happening, and that we'll be able to hopefully retain the structure of Brooklyn.
Cynthia Felix.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Felix, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sunset Park. In fact, I was taken home from the hospital to the very same house I live in today on 50th Street in Brooklyn. I am here today to support all four landmark proposals today, with a particular love, of course, for 50th Street. I would like to begin by thanking the LPC for using a specialized mapping system to preserve the select group of blocks in Sunset Park. It was very special to us for doing that, and we really appreciate your efforts to be so inclusive of so many homes in Sunset Park. We still have many that we would like you to look at, and we thank you for that. I also want to thank the Sunset Park Landmarks Commission, the two Lins especially, for pushing us way back then and having us go out and get signatures. It was the hard work and dedication of everyone in our neighborhood that made this vision here today possible, and we appreciate everything that the LPC has done to accommodate everything that our neighborhood has done to preserve this block, our blocks. As you heard, our neighborhood is architecturally worthy of landmarking, as its beauty is undeniable. We have some streets and some houses that go back in history that are just amazing just for its beauty that you just can see as you walk up and down the streets. We take great pride in being called a neighborhood, and we have great history of being neighbors and friends and family. We have grown up and we have had decades, and you just heard a testimony before me of generational families who have owned their homes, and I'm one of them. I too, my parents didn't pay $3,000, they paid $13,000, but it was quite a steal back then too. And while some sections of our neighborhood have been remodeled, we ask that you pass this today so that we could continue to have the architectural form and beauty of the ones that you have set aside, so that we could continue to have our block, so that the next generation can see its beauty. I don't want the Jackson type thing where you see huge buildings and skyscrapers. I work up the block at City Hall and see that all day. So to go back home to Brooklyn, to our little slice of Sunset Park, and feel like I'm right at home, just feels like great to me. And just seeing the beauty and preservations, flowers growing in our flower pots, in our outside yards and in our backyards when we have our block parties and our association meetings, just brings great pride and gives you a little hometown slice of big old New York City. And for many of us, that's an important part of being here in New York City in the stressful work day and work life that we have. Going back to a place that we can call home is really important. So I want to thank you once again for having us here today and allowing us our opportunity to do this. And we ask that you help us preserve Sunset Park. Thank you so much.
Veronica McNamara, followed by Kushan Luke.
Good morning, thank you for having us, and thank you for being here and listening to all of us. 40 years ago, my husband, who was 64 at the time, our 3-year-old daughter, and myself moved to our house on 56th Street. As Alice and Joe can attest, and maybe other people, I don't know, it had been subject to a fire and vandalism for over a year. Half the roof was gone. The window openings and door openings were all boarded up. There was no plumbing, there was no electricity. There were termites. We had to replace staircases. Well, my husband did, I didn't. He was 64, as I said. He has sadly passed away, but it would break his heart after he put 10 years of his blood, sweat, and tears into that house to see his neighborhood. He was born in Brooklyn and grew up in Brooklyn, not in Sunset Park, but in another section of Brooklyn. So in my heart, this is way more emotional meeting than I thought it would be. I thought we'd just hear, yes, we should be landmark residents, that would be it. No. My daughter was 3 when we moved in. She is now principal of the local elementary school on 59th Street and 4th Avenue. She has 2 children. They all are totally in love with the house that Papa John renovated, as they say. I love this neighborhood. I love the people of this neighborhood. This is a long time coming. We started as a small group. and didn't complete the job back in the 80s, but I know that an awful lot of people have worked on this for a long time. So I appreciate your attention, and I hope that we can have a successful Sunset Park landmark historic preservation area. Thank you very much.
Bouchon Liu, followed by Lisa Alpert.
Hello everyone, my name is Bouchon Liu. I live on 56th Street. I'm really glad to learn that my house is going to be landmarked in the near future, because I just bought my house last year. I'm really happy, and my parents are proud of me. But on the other hand, I'm thinking that usually when a district is landmarked, they follow gentrification. A lot of wealthy people will move in and convert like 2-3 family houses into single family. But then, do we have like any plans to help protect current low income or working class tenants? And I'm also thinking that like my neighbor living in 463 56th Street doesn't have the financial resources to even maintain the house, because from what I can see, the house is desperate with repairs. So I mean, after the block is landmarked, that means it costs more to even maintain the house. I think in that case, he may be forced to sell the house to wealthy people, working in Manhattan, or even foreign millionaires. So have we ever thought about it? Do we have any like plans to help those homeowners? I mean, everyone talks about the the good part of landmarking. I got it, but we should also think about the other side of the story. And when we talk about preserving the historic buildings, we should also think about our future. Like a lot of the buildings were built like 100 years ago, and in order for them to survive another 100 years, I think a lot of them need renovation. And to be compliant with current building code, like to be more energy efficient, because I think 99% of the houses in my neighborhood, use like window AC, which is not energy efficient at all. So we're, contributing to climate change, like global warming, during the summer. So we should also think about. So I think we should not only think about preserving the history, we should also think about our future. We should make all the buildings compliant to the 21st century building code to make it efficient in energy and efficient in all the other respects. That's it.
Thank you. Lisa Alpert, followed by Jorge Jimenez.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Alpert. I'm speaking on behalf of Greenwood Cemetery, and I speak to support the designation of the 4 proposed historic districts in Sunset Park. In the 5 years since we have expressed our support, we've seen rapid change in the Sunset Park neighborhood. The most dramatic development is the revitalization of the industrial warehouses on the waterfront, which, as you know, includes Industry City, which projects 20,000 new jobs by 2025, the Brooklyn Army Terminal, which offers 500,000 square feet for innovative industrial uses, and Liberty View Industrial Plaza with 31,000 square feet of Bye Bye Baby, Bed Bath Beyond, and Saks Off Fifth. And to be sure, the community welcomes jobs and job growth. However, the accompanying pressure on Sunset Park's housing stock has already led to a demolition and or irreparable alteration of several historic row houses. As a National Historic Landmark ourselves, that is home to several city landmarks, thank you very much, LPC. And as a resident, not myself, but the cemetery of the neighborhood for 181 years, Greenwood shares the commitment of the Sunset Park Landmarks Committee to the preservation and promotion of this community's long history. Outside of our gates, the historic homes of Sunset Park have dignified the surrounding community for the past century and more. And over the years, many of the cemetery's own employees have lived, still live, in the historic residential buildings on the streets around Greenwood. We believe that preservation of the historic structures of this community is a critical element of its future, and we urge the Commission to bestow landmark status upon these 4 historic districts in Sunset Park. Thank you for your consideration.
Jorge Jimenez, followed by Winston Wang.
I'm a resident of Sunset Park for the last 20 years, and I don't have much to add to what the other neighbors have said. It's the beautiful street that you have been selected with the extremely beautiful is the only word that I can find to describe the old houses and the details and the history. And you all think that the designers or the architects did this house. I'm happy to be the one that is a round bouquet, the bay of 5 or 6 houses in the same block that and it's just amazing to me that I was lucky enough. I had the resources enough 20 years ago to be able to purchase this property. It would be great to preserve it. I understand the encroachment of the city, of the neighborhood especially, because the neighborhood of immigrants and everybody gets there so it's very difficult, I know, to come to this point and ask you to please help us preserve the people.
Winston Wang, followed by Rachel.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Winston Wang. I'm the homeowner on 54th Street. Me, along with a couple others sitting in the back, several owners on 54th Street, I believe 50th, 57, 56. Well, most of them here can't speak English, and they really cannot present them in the way they want to talk. But we know we all oppose to this proposal. I know most of people today here might talk about how good it is to preserve historical sites. Yes, I agree to it. But this proposal to me, well, to most of our homeowners, we already want, is going to put a very big restriction on our right to develop in the future. Now, as a new owner of the property, so we bought it, well, which is 10 times more expensive, I believe, compared to most older owners, right? They got it a long time ago. And the reason we bought into there, and we do see a future, a huge potential, for our property to develop in the future, or to have some other people who might be interested in buying to it. Now, think about it, why New York City is so attractive as compared to other part of a city, right? Because we can see that we have the right to develop our property, and with this proposal, it's going to put restriction on our right to do things in the future. For example, let's say if our facades broken and stuff like that, we have to go through extra steps and have to get extra permits, things like that nature. I mean, I'm not sure if everybody thought about it. And also, by putting this, think about it, the gentleman mentioned about it, where are those, this restriction pretty much going to put the restriction on the right to build extra floors, extra 2 floors in the future. Where are you going to put those people with the lower income? I mean, where are you going to put these people? In New York City, it's very packed right now, and we do see we're going to see a lot of more population coming to the city. Where are we going to put these people? Because by putting this restriction on it, we pretty much lose all our right to build and everything like that. So as a new owner, I'm opposed, along with a couple other new owner of the property, to this proposal. Thank you.
Rachel Carmen, followed by Joseph Schwela.
Hello, I'm Rachel Carmine. I support all 4 districts in Sunset Park. I'm also holding out hope for 43rd Street between 4th and 5th Avenue. We're not against development. I just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody. And there's plenty of places in Sunset Park where you can develop. We've been working on this for 6 years. And what's important to us is just to preserve some of the historic architecture that Sunset Park has left. And we are grateful that you're able to come up with a creative solution that works for us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Svalak, and I never thought I'd really be standing here. After so many years, starting back in the 1970s with wonderful Alice Walsh and the Sunset Park Restoration Committee, we were starting to do it very often at a time when there were more social services and ills that were happening. Things in the city were very down and out, and you couldn't get landmarking, but we got National Register. And that showed a community coming together already back in the 1970s. And I think that's what we're talking about today. It's not only preserving the buildings, we're talking about preserving the quality of life for all of us. And to paraphrase what Winston Churchill said, we make our buildings and our buildings make us. So how we feel about a place is very important. And as we walk down the street, that streetscape belongs to all of us. Whether we live there, whether we own, we're renters or whatever, we are affected by our built environment. And the quality of the built environment in Sunset Park is extraordinary, otherwise we wouldn't all be here right now looking at it. It gives us that quality of life that means something in terms of our everyday feeling. And as we were listening to the community speak, and that's what the neighborhood is all about, the community. And the buildings are the places where the community reside. So that's an added factor. The community is the big thing that we're really trying to preserve. And that community has been for everybody from my day as a child of immigrants of a minority Moravian, living in a Norwegian and Irish neighborhood, which is now the 3rd Chinatown. I've seen so many changes happening, but the buildings are still there. And they've been housing all the wonderful people with all their aspirations all these decades. And I've been privileged to witness that, spending almost half my life living in Sunset Park and then working after with the Sunset Park Restoration Committee, then later on with the wonderful Sunset Park Landmarks Committee with the Lynns, who bought one of the houses I had many years ago, which has its own history and all to it. You learn that people continue this wonderful tradition of sense of place. And that sense of place was originally, if you talk about built environment, those houses were built ecologically sound in their day. They were to allow light and air on the street, maximum quality, drainage so you didn't have the sewers overloaded. And to keep that style of architecture and that low density is also preserving the actual environment itself, besides the beautiful built environment. The ecology of the neighborhood is also preserved in preserving the low density quality of that housing stock. And it's with great pride that I say it's wonderful to know so many wonderful people that have been involved in all of this in the Landmarks Committee. And I thank especially Sarah Carroll for the wonderful time we had on our trip, thanks to Lisa Albert and Greenwood going through the neighborhood survey way back when. So this has all come to fruition. And just another added plug too, as Rachel said, 43rd Street, if you go to the top of the block, it's the entrance to Sunset Park. It leads right up to the top. You turn around and look down the block and you see over the north side as the houses march down the street about a foot below each one. Those streetscapes are incredible because of the hill. You see the tower of St. Michael's Church. It's a wonderful vista. Protecting that vista alone is worth something. And also, I really got to credit the Landmarks Commission with taking all the different styles of houses and periods, except 40th Street has some of the most unique houses of working class by Eisler and Carlson, I believe, yeah. And they're very much intact on 40th, 4th and 5th Avenue. And on 41st Street, you have very modest, narrow houses that are working class houses that are not represented in any of the other districts. So if you're looking to hang your hat on getting a couple more blocks of Sunset Park designated to show the different variety of the houses, think 40th to 43rd Street, 4th and 5th Avenue. Thank you very much.
Tom Murphy. Followed by Bergen.
You stole my speech. Members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, I'm here in support of all the 4 proposals, plus my name is Tom Murphy. I reside at 413 43rd Street in Sunset Park in a large bow-front brownstone row house built in 1905 by Thomas Bennett. I first entered my home in 1949. My wife and I acquired it in 1983. I am grateful that through the efforts of Sunset Park Restoration Committee and the Sunset Park Landmarks Committee, you will be preserving and maintaining the few blocks under consideration today in their sense of place and historic character. For over a century, our sturdy stock of working class housing has basically survived intact, cared for by all these years by the continuing waves of immigrant owners, and while providing shelter for many generations. But then they built large and sturdy. In recent years, there has been destruction and threats to those wonderful structures. Your actions here will curtail some of that. However, I think the staff of the commission erred in its decision-making in the following, in not following the preservation law's mandate of maximizing its consideration of the factors of aesthetic, historical, and architectural values and significance, which is your raison d'etre. I hope in the near future you will reconsider and include the 400 blocks of 40th, 41st, 42nd, and 43rd Street as significant properties under continuing threat and in need of protection. In 1999, my 3 brothers and I and their families all gathered at our homestead to celebrate our 50th year of residence. We sang the old hymn, "Bless this house, O Lord, we pray, make it safe by night and day. Bless these walls so firm and stout, keeping want and trouble out." Thank you.
Mary Lennon, followed by Richard Moreno.
Thank you for your great efforts. I live at 458th Street. It was a boarding house when I got in there. There was no neither kitchen, nor a stove, nor anything else. We got over that. And we did it all up. And it's livable. And it's in perfect shape. Thank you all. Thank you for your effort. God bless you.
Richard Farina, followed by Johanna Coxer.
Good morning. I want to thank you for holding this meeting and for all the work that the committee has done and all the work that our community has done. We've worked on this for 6 years. I moved to Sunset Park over 21 years ago because it's so beautiful. We have a beautiful brownstone. We go to the park, we walk around the neighborhood, and all I've seen over the last 20 years of it slowly diminish. And it's really concerning because we're losing our history, we're losing our aesthetics, and we're losing something that cannot be retrieved. So I also wanted to address something about energy in the 21st century. I'm in the process now of having solar electric panels put in on the roof of my house. And so I'm working with a contractor who is also working with landmarks so that the panels are placed in a way that it's not visible from the street, it's not visible from the and I want to thank you for working with us so that we can preserve our root line and still have the energy efficiency of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Joanna Coxeter, followed by Christabel Bach.
Mostly, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. We worked so hard for this, and it's just exciting to be here. I especially like that this is a neighborhood of two-family homes. It was built that way, and that's unique in the city. So it would be great to preserve something that's not upper middle class. I live on 47th Street in the Central District, and I'm just as excited as can be. I'm speechless. Thank you.
Christabel Bach, followed by David Estrada.
Christabel Bach, Brothers Society for the Architecture of the City. Designation in South Brooklyn has been scanty, and these four worthy groups of residential buildings certainly call for action. But the Sunset Park neighborhood is larger. Circumstances here recall 1966, when the proposal to designate Greenwich Village as 18 little districts was floated. This avoided inclusion of any undistinguished or downright bad buildings, according to the thinking of the chairman at the time, Charles Platt, who was very concerned that his district should be defensible. Public outrage caused him to drop his plan, which, by the way, would have excluded much of the frontage on the avenues, just as has been done in Sunset Park, and would also have excluded from Greenwich Village the architecturally modest building we now know as the Stonewall Inn, and much of the Stonewall National Historic Monument surrounding it. It is a little hard to understand the rationale for exclusion of many buildings that will be unprotected. Some of the block fronts surrounding Sunset Park itself, for instance, where now the lampposts are decorated with rather vivid handbills about stopping displacement in several languages, showing a pair of white hands wringing the blood out of Brooklyn. In an ideal world, city planning would modify zoning to preserve the possibility of a cohesive neighborhood around the areas deemed for architecturally significant. Unfortunately, instead, the threat of rezoning for development has generated, frankly, terror and rebellion, not unreasonably. When, from the hilltop in Sunset Park, where views include Manhattan and downtown Brooklyn, it is startling to see the changed skyline, with new towers and super talls blotting out formerly iconic landmark skyscrapers. And still, despite some other welcome improvements in transparency, if designation reports include controversial statements of regulatory policy or a plethora of buildings deemed non-contributing, there is no public information about that until it is too late to comment. I'm happy to say that this funding market advised me that that is not the case with these districts. So thank you and congratulations.
David Estrada, followed by Joanna Slater.
Hello, thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. And thank you for taking the time to listen to the passionate voices of our community. My name is David Estrada. I'm the Executive Director of the Fifth Avenue Business Improvement District. We cover Fifth Avenue from 39th to 64th Street, just in this area. and we serve over 500 small businesses. I have a storefront on Fifth Avenue that's only 11 feet wide. I just reviewed the assessment. So we have a stock of buildings in this neighborhood, both in these districts and beyond the 4 that you've designated, that are well worthy of preservation. They're unique, they're beautiful, they're cohesive, and they're good for business. So I'm here to add my voice in strong support of what you've heard already in all of its shapes, but also to say that the business community of merchants and small business owners and building owners on my board, many of whom are native of the neighborhood and have lived many generations in the neighborhood, strongly support these 4 district areas. And I really will lend my voice to the idea that it's just not enough. There is so much beauty and so much to take care of. A bid, by its definition, supports economic development, but we're also called placemaking organizations. And I'm asking you, give me a place that I can help lead successful businesses for years to come. And these would be a big, big plus for our small mom and pop shops. I like to say Sunset Park is where New Yorkers go when they feel homesick. We've all seen neighborhoods slip away. And this is a golden opportunity. Thank you so much.
Join us later, followed by Joaquin Matias.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here. Also in the past when you've had us here and given us this much time to talk. Hopefully, this is it. I wrote it last night, but I'm going to read what I wrote. I'm writing this in the event that I cannot attend the hearing in person tomorrow. Sunset Park has been home to me for 40 years. My parents were born here as well. Through the ups and downs of the neighborhood, there have always been people who come together to organize for the betterment of life in Sunset Park for everyone. This is one of those efforts. My parents, Joe and Jerry Hinckley, instilled a sense of responsibility to community in me and my siblings, as well as their neighbors on the block when they purchased the house in 1979. And I speak for my block when I'm here today to make Sunset Park livable and a good place for everybody. The organization of folks who care about the historic and architectural significance and preservation of areas that can still be preserved are representing the voices of many residents, former and current, who care about their homes, who see real estate development destroying the character of the stunning homes and blocks of homes that they know and love. Designation of these intact blocks and houses is important to many people and generations of people. Designating them as landmarks does not impede the development of housing for others in the surrounding blocks. There are enough opportunities for those developers and enough room for everyone in Sunset Park. Consideration should be given to those who seek to protect the beauty and character of one of the oldest neighborhoods in New York City. Thank you.
Joaquin Matias, followed by Jacob Lewis.
Good morning. My name is Joaquin Matias, and with my partner John Shear, we reside at 454 43rd Street between 4th and 5th Avenue. Nearly 8 years ago, my partner and I moved from Prospect Park selling our respective homes. We were struck by the beauty of the homes here in Sunset Park. The brownstones were reminiscent of its more ornate sisters in areas like Park Slope. But more amazing was the history of this area, built by and for immigrant families. Your action today is respecting and promoting that legacy. My partner and I invested a considerable amount of money to bring this building back to life, internally, doing a gut renovation, along with a keen desire to honor the aesthetic and design construct by reinstalling a stoop that was removed around the 1910s, installing mullion double-hung windows, and creating a front yard garden. We also brought this building into the 21st century with solar panels positioned not to intrude the tree-lined vistas. During this nearly year-long process, we were honored by the admiring and supportive smiles of our neighbors, especially Tom Murphy and others. We were also honored to be a part of the grassroots landmarking efforts spearheaded by the Lins, and that is plural, to recognize the historic nature of this past, made present physically in its coherent pattern of buildings and residences. I would only request that as a resident of 43rd Street between 4th and 5th Avenues, that the Commission consider its exclusion in this district, particularly as it was and continues to be the spine connecting the historic Sunset Park, the former Armory and the historic police district, and St. Michael's Church, whose facade is being saved for the construction of a new school. 43rd Street, in fact, appears in the AIA Handbook of Notable Streets and Buildings. I bought that book when I bought this place. Thank you for adopting a special approach with these 4 components. We ask you to expand your consideration to streets such as 43rd Street and continue your efforts to acknowledge the balance needed to preserve our neighborhoods, promote thoughtful renovation efforts, and attract like-minded residences and business. Thank you.
Jacob Lewis, followed by Autumn Weintraub.
Hi, my name is Jacob Lewis. I live on 6th Avenue in the Central District. I've owned my home for 16 years. I've raised my family in Sunset Park. I work in Sunset Park because I work from home there. And I think the neighborhood is unique and very special. I fully support all 4 districts.
My name is Autumn Weintraub. I live on 50th Street. And I just want to thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for this entire process and for figuring out a way to include 50th Street. We really appreciate it. I want to thank the Historic Districts Council for supporting this process as well. And all my incredible neighbors and community that we have on 50th Street and in the neighborhood overall. A lot of people have talked about the architectural integrity, and I just want to talk about the community very quickly. I have a 4-year-old, we have a 4-year-old. We get off the train on 4th Avenue from picking him up from school. It takes us an hour to get up the block. We live on the top of the hill, closer to 5th Avenue, and in the springtime, in the summer, through the fall, everyone is out on their stoops, and we stop at every house. And there's kids to play with, there's people with beverages and special cushions for the stoop, and it really is a sense of community. And I think this is, in addition to the beauty of the houses, this is, I think, what people in the neighborhood care about the most is being able to preserve that, regardless of different waves of people coming in, which is also incredible. So it's sort of similar people, similar community, and the same beauty that we're trying to preserve. So thank you for all of your efforts.
Anna Burgos. Anna Burgos.
My name is Anna Burgos, and my dad, who is sitting in the back, his name is Eduardo de Jesus. He bought his home on 47th Street and 6th Avenue. I believe it was 1975. I was about 11 years old. So I've been living in the neighborhood for more than 40 years. My dad raised his 3 children there. I raised my 5 children on 53rd Street. As I was growing up, I saw my dad lovingly restore his home. There was like years and years and years of paint of the beautiful moldings. My dad worked 2 jobs to buy that house and to support us. And he would, well, I don't know if you know how it is or how to restore molding, but he spent years restoring all the moldings and the ceilings and everything, and the footprints of the house is pretty much still the same. And when people come to our home, to my dad's home, they always remark on how beautiful it is, because the inside of these homes are absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I moved out of the neighborhood about 2 years ago. And when I come back every month to check on my dad, it's so sad. Now I'm going to tell you a story about Miss Eleanor. It has nothing to do with my dad, but this is my own personal feeling. I grew up on 53rd Street, and my neighbor, her name was Miss Eleanor. And Miss Eleanor was an elderly person. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how old she was. But her parents bought that house, and she was very proud of the fact that she was born in that house. And she raised her 1 daughter in that house. It was her and her daughter. Well, her daughter had, I think, 12 kids. No lie, I think she went bananas in the head. So I saw all of Eleanor's grandchildren come to the house to visit. They grew up and then they had children, and some of them actually raised their children. So it was her parents, then her daughter, then her grandchildren, then her great-grandchildren. Well, Miss Eleanor passed away in that house maybe 4 years ago. And right before I moved 2 years ago, when she passed, her grandchildren sold the house, and they got a nice tent for it. Well, when I came back to, when we passed, we always checked to where we were born, where we lived, where we grew up. And like I said, I raised my 5 children on that house on 53rd Street. Well, Miss Eleanor's house is no longer there. It doesn't exist. They raised that house. It was totally, they didn't gut it. They raised it down to the ground, and they built another house. And the house is not an ugly house. I'm not going to say it's an ugly house, but it's not Miss Eleanor's house. Miss Eleanor's house was a beautiful house. It wasn't a brownstone house. It was a brick house. But the inside of that house was meticulous. I was always impressed because, like I said, my dad spent years getting the house back to its natural state. Well, Miss Eleanor's house had never been touched. You walked into her house, the wood panelings were exactly as they were when her parents had bought the house. And the wood moldings and the staircases, everything was exactly as it had been when it was built. And now it's gone. And I'm going to be honest, I'm disabled. My dad's 80 years old. We didn't want to take the train. This is a sacrifice for us to be here. But when we got that letter in the mail, we said we had to be here. Because the thing is that my dad is thinking about the future. And he's thinking about what's going to happen to my house when I'm gone. He's going to give it to us 3 kids. And I don't know what's going to happen to the house, but it would make me sad if I came back and I went to check on, and I went to show, not my kids, but now I look to the future, my grandkids, my great-grandkids. This is where mommy grew up, or this is where your grandma grew up, or this is where great-grandma grew up. And then I don't want to be like Miss Eleanor's family, and the house is not there. So I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, because it means a lot. It really means a lot. I think these houses, I believe in development, but not to the extent of destroying our past.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak today?
Yes. Please come up to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Evelyn Malesio. I live on 465 55th Street. I lived there with my mother. With a lot of sacrifice, we bought the home. I just want to say, we bought the house. We used to live in Park Slope. We bought the house for character. Okay? I had neighbors who were 97 years old and 77 years old. They told us a lot about the block, a lot about the neighborhood, about the horses being tied in front of the house, and how they did so much to do beautification on the block.
keep the neighbors together, community, and spoke to us about the early 1900s, the importance of education and history. Every home has a story. The brownstones are put together with unique structure and character. The reason I am here today is because it's not only for me, it's for the people that are not here today, who their opinions cannot be voiced. My son is 32 years old, my 17-year-old daughter, and their friends enjoy the unity, the simplicity, the characters of the home, and I am very grateful to be here today. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, so I want to just note for the record that we do have a letter of support from Assemblymember Ortiz. We also have a resolution in support from Brooklyn Community Board 7. We did receive 53 emails and 2 letters in support and 3 emails in opposition. So we've had a lot of testimony today. We have spent a lot of time in the community. I think there were some questions raised. We'll continue to work with anyone who has remaining questions or concerns, and we'll hopefully schedule a vote in the very near future. So with that, I'd like to have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Thank everyone. Thank everyone.
Yes.
we're going to start today's Preservation Department public hearing agenda with preservation items. First item number 1, LPC 19-36900, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Brooklyn Block 196, Lot 48, 227 Bergen Street, the Warren Hill Historic District Extension, an Italian-style row house built circa 1856 to 59. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Lakeside Preservation staff. I will be presenting this proposal this morning. The subject property is located on the north side of Bergen Street between Bond and Nevin Streets within the Warren Hill Historic District Extension. Here. The proposal before you today is to construct a rear yard addition. While the addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfares, the proposal requires commission review because a majority of the buildings within the block do not feature rear yard additions as illustrated in the block plan. Photographs of the existing conditions at the rear facade show the existing addition at the basement with a roof deck and railings, which will be modified and reconstructed over here. The commission will note the additions at adjacent properties at 229 on the left and 225 on the right. 229 was complete prior to designation of the Historic District Extension, while permits were pulled for 225 prior to designation. The enlarged block plan shows the immediate context on the block, again with the two additions nearby, as well as another one here at 231. And that's further reinforced by an existing massing study and a proposed axiometric drawing. And then through here, these are slides that further illustrate the context within the block and the adjacent additions on either side. And then these photographs here illustrate there's a couple of gaps in the block, and this illustrates that the addition will not be seen at any point from the public thoroughfare. So getting to a proposed rear elevation, this shows that at the basement level, modifications will include alterations to the window openings, as well as changing in the sort of ceiling heights at the basement. The addition will be clad in red brick, and at the parlor floor, metal window and door assemblies will open onto a deck and stairs to the rear yard. The applicant, Darren Crumpus, is available to further discuss the proposal and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Do you have any questions at this time? We'll take testimony and come back to you. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. We do have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2, Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. Questions? Do you want to let us close the hearing? All in favor? So,
in line with the neighbors, even though the majority of houses on this block don't have rear yard additions, they surround this house, and I think they're filling in and so forth.
And I think if you look at the page with the proposed massing on it, I think we should be grateful to the applicant for actually only asking for modest extension and aligning it perfectly with what they're exactly what we were looking for.
Okay, so I think we'll close, make a motion.
A matter of 247 Bergen Street, Warren Hill Historic District Extension. This is an application to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Warren Hill Extension Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural features that the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the proposed addition will not project deeper into the rear yard than the existing addition, is nestled between other additions of similar depth, and will not diminish the presence of a rear yard or a cohesive green space at the center of the block. That the addition is similar in height and massing to other rear yard additions within the block. That the proposed addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original massing. That the proposed brick facade featuring windows will be typical of secondary facades of buildings within this historic district and in keeping with the residential character of the building below, and that the work will not diminish the special character of the building or the historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Next is item number 2, LPC 19-38010, an application for a final report. Brooklyn Block 1117, Lot 1, Prospect Park Scenic Landmark. The natural park built in 1866-73, designed by Frederick Ball Olmsted and Albert Box. The application is to install a new path within this area. But just one correction on that, Commissioner, this is an application for an advisory report, not a binding report, as what's erroneously advertised.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Shirami, Conservation staff. The application before you is located within the western section of Prospect Park, which is located between 9th and 11th Streets along Prospect Park West. This application is to remove existing wood chips, the steel fence, and the fitness center. Enlarge the existing fitness area by installing one wood chip safety surface and a ground finish. You guys have samples on your table. New fitness equipment shown here, and benches. Svetlana Revelina from Prospect Park Lions is here if there are any questions.
Are there any questions of the audience? You'd like the person to speak? Is there anything you'd like to add to the presentation before we take testimony? All right, so we'll take testimony and maybe come back. Cindy Bangkok?
I actually meant to do the other one.
Oh.
Careful, chips.
Okay. All right, John, is there anyone who'd like to speak to this application? Very good. Any final questions? Okay, we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Any thoughts on this?
It's some small changes and it seems appropriate.
I can't wait. I already played what this week said. Ready for some fitness.
And I think it's a minimal change and reconfiguration in the green space of the paths and completely consistent with the existing design.
In the matter of docket number LPC 19-38010, Prospect Park, a scenic landmark, the application is to install a new path and fitness area. I recommend issuing a positive report, noting that no significant architectural or historic features of the park will be altered or eliminated by the proposed work. That the paving will be installed within a section of the park that was altered in the mid-20th century to incorporate paving and furnishings for active recreational uses. Therefore, the presence of the proposed paving and equipment will not affect the original design composition and will be consistent with the current character of this area of the park. The proposed paving will only be modestly increased, and the placement of new paving within the section of the park which features paving for other active uses and pathways will not diminish any significant landscape features or vistas. That the proposed asphalt pathway will be consistent with the contiguous existing pathways in scale, materials, and curvilinear footprint, thereby helping the proposed pathway to harmonize with the context and be well integrated into the existing circulation system. That the ground tone, finish, and textures of the bonded wood chip surface and safety surface tiles for the active recreation areas will help these installations blend in with their surroundings when seen within the larger context of the landscape park. That the proposed equipment and bench will be simply designed and consistent in scale with furnishings found throughout the park, thereby helping them remain a subordinate presence, and that the work will support the significant historic and naturalistic character of this scenic landmark.
All in favor? Any opposed? And it's approved.
Okay, moving to item 3, but staying in Prospect Park, this is LPC 19-38007, application for an advisory report for Brooklyn Block 1117, Lot 1, again, Prospect Park Scenic Landmark Naturalistic Park, building 66-73, designed by Freddie Law Olmsted and Howard Brooks. Application is to install bike lanes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Shirami for Preservation Staff. The application before you is located at the southeastern section of Prospect Park, which is located along Parkside Avenue and Ocean Avenue. This application is for work at the sidewalk and plaza surrounding the park. The landmark site extends to the curb line and includes on Ocean Avenue the removal of paving and curbing, street furnishing, extending the sidewalk in conjunction with adding a bike lane. Narrowing one of the landscape verges and eliminating the verges in some locations. Installing new concrete paving and new granite curbing and installing new street furniture, as well as work at the plaza on the corner of the Oceanside or Ocean and Parkside Avenues, including replacing modern paving with new concrete paving in conjunction with eliminating a roadway entrance. 5 minutes left. So this is going to be all flush, and then the bike lane will continue behind these plans. The Commission should note that this plaza has been chosen to be the future location of the new Shirley Chisholm statue. The statue is not yet before you. The applicants plan to propose and present this to you at a later date. Justine Heilmar, a landscape architect from Prospect Park Alliance, is here to discuss the proposal. Do you want me to talk through the whole presentation? Just okay. Just to explain.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us today. I don't know how familiar you are with this, so I will walk through it quickly. Feel free to interrupt or stop me and ask questions at any point.
Can you just state your name?
Oh, Justine Heilner. I'm the Senior Landscape Architect at Prospect Park Alliance. Thank you. So this project is funded by several different entities that we brought it all together to make it a bigger project that would be more well-constructed because it has a bigger budget. Borough President Adams, Councilmember Matthew Eugene, and the Department of Transportation have all contributed money to this project. The goals are to restore the sidewalk pavements. Oh, somebody's telling me to put this down. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The goals are to restore the sidewalk pavements, street furnishings, add historic light poles, and repair the ones that are there. Repave the park entrance at Parkside and Ocean Avenue. It's no longer used as a vehicular entrance. And add a bike lane on Ocean Avenue. So the community has been very well briefed on this project over the last year or so. Some people are split about bike lanes, but that has more to do with parking, which this project doesn't actually affect. So here's our location. As you can see, in general, the sidewalks are just in pretty poor repair. It's been a very long time since they've been paved. The street furnishings are worn down. There are many missing trees, no lighting, and where there are street lights, they are not the historic street lights, which we've been adding over the years to all of our perimeters. This project continues that. And here's the entrance at Parkside and Ocean Avenue. It was a roadway. It's gone through many changes over many years as it's been used in different ways. And the proposal now, which is coming from DOT, but we're happy to include it in this project, is to close it off to vehicular access and restore the pavement to a continuous plaza that connects with the sidewalks on either side. You'll see here that there are a couple different things going on in the verges. So in general, we have a 30-foot wide space. This is what we have in our park perimeter on all sides. 10 foot of grass verge, 10 foot of sidewalk, and then 10 feet of grass verge at the street side. In some places, there are concrete cobbles, which we actually don't even quite know when they were added, but we think in the 1960s. The original design was grass, sidewalk, grass. And that's what we're doing at Flatbush. It's under construction now. Prospect Park West, we have that same configuration with granite cobble. Cobble's actually kind of hard to maintain and quite expensive. And so here are just some more views of the existing conditions. And as you move around the corner up towards the intersection of Flatbush, you'll see it's in better repair. This was redone in 1999. Just a little background on the bike lane. This is a slide from DOT showing how they would like to have continuous bike lanes all the way around the park. So the purple lines are all their new proposed bike lanes, and this project is adding into that. On Parkside Avenue, the bike lane will be in the road, so that does not concern us in this project. But on Ocean Avenue, there's not enough room, and so that's why we're putting it at the sidewalk level. So here's our typical existing condition, 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot, and there's a wide buffer in the middle of the street. It's parking, that 13-foot rush hour lane has parking during non-rush hour times, and then needs to be open for buses during rush hour. So here's the proposal. The 10-foot that's on the parkside grass doesn't change. The 10-foot wide sidewalk doesn't change. But what does change is that the grass verge on the street side is reduced to 8 feet, and then there is an 8-foot wide two-way bike lane at the elevation of the sidewalk with a 2-foot wide buffer between that and the vehicular traffic. And then as you move towards the parkside entrance to accommodate a turning lane, that outer grass verge disappears for about 200 feet. And that leaves enough room for cars to turn at every time of day. And this is the DOT diagram of what the entrance will be. So it's a continuous pavement at the elevation of the sidewalk. We do have the bike lane coming in behind the existing planters, which are shown in that light green color. And that way bikers can continue around the park or go into the park and enter the park drive at that location. And then this is Flatbush. There were some questions about what's going on at Flatbush. This is not part of our project, but just for reference, as we move around the corner from Ocean Avenue past the Willink entrance of the park, the bike lane will go back down off of the sidewalk elevation and will be in the roadway on Flatbush Avenue. I believe that will come, I don't know if that even comes to you, but that's now being presented to the public by DOT. So here's our existing condition with all of our existing trees. Some are missing, some are slated to be removed for condition. And as you'll see on the Ocean Avenue side, all of the street side trees will be removed to accommodate this bike lane, and we will plant all new trees, plus filling in the gaps on the park side and on Parkside Avenue. So this is our typical existing and proposed. So you have the pavement, the 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot, and then for Ocean Avenue, the 8-foot wide bike lane with a 2-foot buffer, 8-foot wide grass verge, 10-foot wide sidewalk, 10-foot wide grass verge with more mature trees and new trees planted in the spaces where there are none. We'll also be putting in new street furniture that is the same as what we have around the rest of the park, the Borough President bench, the historic bee poles, trash containers, and the historic street lights on the grass verge side. And so on Parkside Avenue, it's really just a straight up restoration of what's there. The dimensions don't change, we're just repaving, planting trees where there are none, and replacing the street furniture with new versions of the same historic street furniture, adding light poles, there are none. And I'll just click through if you want me to stop on any of these zoom-ins, we can. So this is at the Willink end, at the end where Ocean Avenue and Flatbush meet, and where that bike lane goes back off into the roadway. So the trees that are all uniform circles with X's in them are all new proposed trees. The ones that have a dot and are lighter colored are our existing trees. At places where there is more going on, the bike lane is intersecting with an intersection, the entrance at Lincoln Road, or a bus stop, the pavement will change so that pedestrians and bikers know that something else is going on and they need to be aware of other people around them. And we're working very closely with DOT about getting all of those intersections correct, and with our civil engineer. And here's a rendering of approximately what it will look like on Ocean Avenue. One thing that is not on this rendering is that 2-foot wide buffer. It's a little vague on this drawing, but what we would like to do, and I have an example in our materials at the end, is to have a typical 6-inch granite curb, which is what's there, and then 18 inches of cobble, reusing the good cobble that we have around on the site. And we have that treatment on Eastern Parkway, which is a similar shared bike lane, walkway, historic location. I have a picture at the end of what that looks like. Here's the entrance area. The Chisholm Monument will be in front of those planters. That's all we know right now. I think you've probably all seen the photos, but it's very much just beginning in terms of design. So that's where it will be. And then the bike lane goes around behind the planters and down into the streetway on Parkside. So right now we're showing it as a blank slate. Obviously that's going to be very different, but in terms of pavements, what we're proposing is the Mesa Beige exposed aggregate concrete, which is what we use on all of our perimeters around the park. And this is the Parkside Avenue. Very straightforward, just restoring what's there.
Are you integrating bollards into this and security related stuff?
There is not in this design, but I do know that that is coming. So, well, I don't know if you wanted to talk about that at all, or I think that's a citywide initiative that will have to come separately.
So they're just going to like drop those concrete blocks like we do everywhere else, or is it going to be?
No, it's going to be much more nuanced and related to the design of the park, but I don't have a design for it
Do you have any
now.
historic photos of what happened at that
Sure.
big intersection?
Actually, if you want, I can click right through. We have a couple of great photos, yeah. And then this is the Parkside Avenue, just repaving historic street furniture. These are our materials. So that picture on the bottom left is what I was talking about in terms of that little buffer curb. And typical DOT bike lane shared sidewalk signage. So here is a slide of the history of that entrance area. It starts at the top left and moves your way down. It was originally just sort of a roundabout, and the street came right up to the curved arch around the edge. As uses changed, that edge kind of keeps marching out towards the street as the roundabout disappeared and it became more of a typical intersection. And then I have some more zoom-ins, you can see. Here's our survey on Parkside Avenue. So here is the 1935 survey of the park entrance. So the curve is still there, but it's just sort of open street bed. And by 1935, the McKinley White Arbor has already been added. That wasn't in the original design, but that's what's there now, and it was added around the turn of the century. And this is coming up around Wilmink, around the Flatbush intersection. So here are some photos of the arch over time and how the roadway has changed. So you can see the road came right up and gradually got moved into more of a plaza shape. It was originally a two-way entrance, and then it was a one-way entrance. Now we're not using it at all for vehicles. In the 80s, the granite set infill was added that we have there now. It's not like the nice big granite cobbles. It's in really poor shape. It hasn't held up very well. This is a drawing of a restoration that was done in 1998, and this is basically what we have there now. So you see the narrow driveway, the pavement with the granite infill, a decorative pattern in the concrete behind the planters in front of the arbor. Here are some photos of that restoration. And I also have, if you want to see them, examples of other entrances around the park. I don't know if you want me to click through these or not. I see shaking heads, nodding heads. Yeah, just to get a sense. Basically, what we've discovered with our various entrance projects is there is no typical. They're all different sizes. They've all been touched over the years in different ways. This is the one we're talking about. That picture on the left are the side pedestrian paths. Street is the only one that is kind of the original design, which is basically very little. It's just an opening with no formal decoration of any kind. And that's our site plan. Questions?
Any questions from the applicant? Take testimony. City of Bangkok.
Good morning, Commissioners. Samir Bangkok, Historic Districts Council. Our principal concerns really address the choice of material in what will be, I would probably call the Chisholm Plaza in the future, which is one of the great preservation histories of the past 5 years, the wholesale erasure of Belgian blocks in New York City streetscapes. This material is a characteristic hedge to many parks across the city and should remain along Ocean Parkside Avenue's verges. It's an attractive and durable material, and blocks can always be reset if they've shifted out of place. To remove them is frankly wasteful. We are pleased to hear that there is some notion of reusing some of them. We object to the replacement of cobble at the southern entrance of Prospect Park with beige concrete. It's an undignified way to enter a park designed by master landscape designers, and the slab will have a monolithic appearance. Smaller pavers, even hex pavers, which I was told once by Ralph Comasino, the former landscaper, chief architect, high up in the Prospect Park world, was first used in Prospect Park. So even hex pavers should be employed to visually break up the entrance so that it augments rather than sullies the other improvements being made in this location. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Yes, please come to the podium and state your name.
Yeah, I handed it in. Can I ask a question first? I understand there's 56 trees being removed, is that correct?
So I think what you could do is if you could speak, if you want to raise your question within your comments, the applicants can respond at the end.
Okay, well, so I came today to speak for the trees, because they can't speak for themselves. New York City has a policy to increase resiliency, to increase sustainability, and to increase tree canopy 30% by 2030. We know that the most effective way to reduce carbon and air pollutants, to decrease the heat island index, decrease asthma, to decrease stormwater runoff, to decrease air conditioning use, is by having large trees around the city. The Parks Department's website says a large healthy tree removes almost 70 times more air pollution each year than a small newly planted tree, and it says benefits are directly linked to tree size. As many as 90% of new trees planted die within 2 years. It is the size of the tree and the tree canopy that brings the beneficial effects. We don't have 20 years to wait for new trees to bring benefits to the residents. Yet again and again, we see large trees being removed from neighborhoods. And the hypocrisy is outstanding. Recently, we lost 200 trees at the Baruch Nitra property with no discussion given to saving them. We lost hundreds of trees at the Kew Garden Interchange in Queens. The Museum of Natural History is expanding into Teddy Roosevelt Park, which is calling for the loss of more large trees. And at the East River Park, due to a city plan that contradicts the community plan, hundreds of trees will be removed. Before the current plan goes through, there must be an environmental impact study done as to the effect of removing 56 large trees on the neighborhood and on the environment. We need an independent governance agency that oversees our trees and that makes sure that every alternative is explored before any large healthy tree is cut down. It must be independent of the Parks Department and the Department of Transportation. New York City must stop pitting one benefit against another. There are many smart engineers who can figure out how to create change that works without cutting down large trees and removing the many environmental benefits they give to us. New small trees do not replace the benefit of large trees. The human race is in a collision course now with extermination, and there are no excuses for removing the beneficial impacts that large trees bring to our neighborhoods. Trees equal life. Human activity has put 1 million species on the verge of extinction, the UN says. You have heard of Extinction Rebellion, I hope. Well, what we see coming from the city is contributing to an extinction acceleration. And I included a copy of the Parks Department benefits of trees page because it tells you, for those who aren't as familiar with all the benefits of trees, it tells you right here, this is from the New York City Parks Department. And I just wanted to say, to caution you, when the Parks Department says they're removing trees for condition, we who have been fighting other removal of trees knows that the Parks Department is not always truthful with that. We had to foil for the condition of trees being removed and found out that what they were telling us about the trees was completely untrue. So I urge you to get the arborist report from the Parks Department before you take them at their word that trees are being removed for condition. We find them more often being removed for design.
I'll have to ask you to sum up because we passed the 3 minutes.
Okay, so I think that's it. I just urge you to work with arborists to find a way to save your trees because we're close to extinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application?
I can respond briefly. I don't want to argue about taking out these trees because we feel very strongly about it as well. But I will just give some facts that can go along with this report. We have inventoried the trees twice now. So condition removals, there will be 13 condition removals on the sidewalk side, on the side where the bike lane is going, and 14 on the interior edge. So those are trees that are in serious decline or are safety hazards. There will be 57 design removals. So those are trees that are just being removed because of the bike lane. Of those 57 trees, 21 have been identified as possible transplants. So we will be attempting to transplant those trees. They are the smaller trees. You can't really transplant large trees. We will be adding 144 new trees to the Ocean Avenue side and 36 new trees to the Parkside Avenue side. So that's a total of 180 new trees. Small trees, new trees.
Can you respond to the comments about the choice of the beige pavers?
Sure, that's a new comment to me. I don't have a lot to say. I'm certainly willing to take it to heart, although I think at this point there's so much in question about the monument, it might be best to make that part of the design of that space. The Mesa Beige exposed aggregate is what we use on all of our sidewalks and is at the entrances of several of our other entrances, not all of them. We have the special yellow brick at Grand Army Plaza. So that's, we could look at doing a decorative pattern in the concrete as we did in the previous version. And that's something we're certainly interested in looking at, but I would like to have the design of the entrance really work with that monument because there's just so much unknown at this point.
All right, Kim.
I have a question about the bicycle lanes on the sidewalk, and I like bicycles. I like walking more.
Right.
And I constantly looking each way at intersections just to see that I don't get run over by the bike people. Does this come with more signage or something? They just run the road.
Right, I know what you mean. And in fact, when we first started this conversation, the DOT proposal was to have the bikes right next to the sidewalk like you have on Eastern Parkway, and we pushed pretty hard not to have that happen. So at least they are separated by this grass verge from where you're walking. It's very separate. But at intersections, there's still going to be a conflict. And there will be signage. There will be signage in the road, embedded in the bike lane, there are share marks, and there are also signs saying share the road with pedestrians. Those will be at every intersection.
Yeah,
Sure.
I was just going to say maybe it should say yield to pedestrians as it does in
I think it does. We have one slide, and in the back of your packets, there are actually two. It didn't make it into this presentation, but there are some examples of the kinds of signs that will be used. So these are them. So bicyclists yield to pedestrian is what will happen at each intersection, whether people look at them or not.
Yes, Here, with respect to the trees replacement, the size of the trees that you're putting in, you said are small trees, displacing the larger trees. How long do you estimate the smaller trees will get to be the size of the big trees?
Decades. I mean, the trees that are there now are a real mixed bag. Some are very, very old. Some are less old. They've been added and taken out over the years by the street trees department. So these will be uniformly about 3-inch caliber. It'll take quite a while for them to be as big as our biggest trees.
And there's just, of the ones that are being replaced, displaced for design, there's no way to accommodate them by making the bike lane a little bit less regular?
Unfortunately, no, because I think as soon as you start doing the work in the tree root zone, even if on the surface you could swing around, the work that will happen to make that paving area will affect the trees negatively and shorten or risk creating a structural hazard where if you're cutting the roots to pave around them, you're denying them a place to grow, you're cutting off the support structurally of the trees. So.
Sorry. Question about the integration of the statute. Do you envision that parks or you guys are going to come back again for modifications? Is that going to mean that you're going to do the work twice, or you're just going to not do this work and kind of that's a hold area?
Is there something, about the hard time on the shoes? Yeah, I don't know why
I can't speak for what the park department would be doing the work now or not. We've talked to them, they're coming back, presenting with the Chisholm or whatever the memorial ultimately is, statue, and you'll have an opportunity to come around it.
Yeah, that project, the Chisholm Monument, seems to be on a very fast track from the city, so we expect that design is going to kind of catch up with our design, and we would come back.
Are you kind of envisioning just like kind of setting down, or do you envision modifications to the sidewalk or the paving as well?
Right now, the territory that's been shown as available for the artist is that round area in the corner in front of the planters. So our sidewalk will come up to meet that area. I don't envision changing anything except what happens right in that area in the corner.
Any other questions?
So there is no, there's no actual plan of you've numbered the trees already, so that's significant. Is there a plan of the displaced trees?
You mean which ones will be transplanted and where they will go? Not yet, no. My idea at this point is to try and transplant as many as we can over to the park side.
No, I don't mean where they'll be transplanted, but
Which
where
ones?
they're being taken away.
Yes.
Maybe I didn't see that, I'm sorry.
It's not super clear in this drawing. We had a lot of slides about trees, and I did take them out. But basically, the entire row that's on the street side will be taken out on Ocean Avenue.
And these are like 50, 40, 50 feet tall?
They vary quite a bit.
From the ones that are further.
If you look on the top slide and on each of your pages, you see the existing and the proposed.
Oh, yes, okay.
Do you see those dashed outlines?
Yeah.
Those are the tree canopies, or the root zone, Jabari? Drip line. So that's basically the size of the canopy of the tree that's there. So you'll see on the top one, they're all dashed in where they are existing, and where there isn't one, there isn't one. They're varying sizes. And then on the bottom slide, you see the new proposed, so they're very uniform because they'll just all be a similar size.
And there was no way to push the bike lane into the park more.
You mean like onto the park drive?
Not
Or,
onto the street.
well, then you'd be losing trees.
But are there trees there or is it lawn
Yes.
there?
Oh, no, it's not lawn. It's all forested.
All.
Yeah, if you see, do you see all these outlines there? It's a pretty,
Beyond that, I'm saying.
well, then you get into playgrounds and lawns and all kinds of other things. We did talk quite a bit about why can't people ride on the park drive, but that wasn't considered appropriate for commuting use and the sort of use that the city envisions bikers doing. It's also got quite a big hill if you go inside the park.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Okay, so, discussion. Diana, would you like to start?
In general, I think it's very desirable to, address cleanup policy and busting is being accomplished around the park because that's, there are a lot of people about bicycle and safety issues are very important, separating bicycles from cars, separating bicycles from pedestrians. Obviously, nobody likes to see trees removed, and especially when sheer trees. They're going to replace with a lot of trees, so that's a feature, especially since they can pay attention to species and avoid a situation where trees would be wiped out by a tree fly or something of that nature. I don't know if they're going to use a consistent, if they can, they're probably maybe using a consistent tree, which I don't know if we've discussed. But there are obviously species that are very hardy in North America and use consistently. So, the issue about whether you could move the bike path, I mean, the only thing I could think of is you put the bike path where the pedestrian path is, but then you have to move the pedestrian path inside, and then you do have a lot of issues. How does that navigate within the park? That's a large issue. I think in general that the plan is well conceived. I don't really see a lot of options to avoiding the tree removal. So I guess I would support it at this point.
Anyone else want to?
Yeah, I think that, I appreciate, all of the work that you've done on this, and you've studied it, and I haven't studied it, but it just seems to me that if the bike lane sort of belongs to the community, to something that's comparable to the street and the cars, then it needs to happen sort of in the street where the cars are. But if the bike path belongs to the park, it needs to follow the kind of more meandering wiggle of the other paths along the edge of the park. And I think, again, I don't know how to achieve that, but it would seem to me if that was the objective, I think it would be preferable to lose a little bit, maybe, of lawn, but I could be wrong. About that. To introduce another, kind of a more meandering or a looser line inside the park to accommodate some of these really important large trees of the 58, maybe not all.
Actually, Michelle, can you go back to the before and after rendering?
I'm looking at the historic plans as well, so maybe we can look at those again.
I think that my reading of this is that it's really meant to be more part of the street, although it's green in color. But I think that it's sort of trying to preserve the configuration of grass, paving grass, and the grass on the outside gets 2 feet narrower. So I think making it part of the park is going to be a different kind of approach. Maybe studying that might have a benefit to the number of trees being removed, so there may be something, but I think it's a different approach.
For sure.
Yeah, Michael?
I think that I agree with what Sarah just said about the kind of design quality of the sidewalks, that it was meant to be a more neoclassical formal LA as opposed to a meandering, almost steady landscape, which took place on the other side of the fence. And I also think that not thinking one little bit about the wonder of preserving old trees from a design point of view and a historic preservation point of view, there was probably going to be a uniform LA. So the uniformity of the proposed design seems to me to be consistent with the design intent. I would only register concern on the schema one area, which is the future Shirley Chisholm Plaza area. It seems to me that historically the record is fairly consistent that this sidewalk echoed and created a semicircular plaza in this area of the city that formed a gateway to the park and to the Ocean Avenue. The building across the street actually recognizes that. It's kind of a 45-degree angle. The sidewalk at one point did recognize that. And I think that the scheme proposed basically erases the curb line. And I would suggest that they look at other cases where we've tried to preserve the street form while modifying the use. I think we did that in Dumbo. I think we might have done something like that in meatpacking. But I think there are ways to recall the urbanistic intent of the design without impeding the change of use, both as a non-vehicular entrance now and also as a place for a future monument.
I'm generally in support. I think that in context with the historic design of this park, this important park, as we can see, the rows of trees around the perimeter, I like the fact that it's increasing in the numbers, and the fact that we can make it a healthy environment for bikers. Obviously, you can see from yesterday's climate report, more we can do to address biking and obviously, and also pedestrian walking, that I think serves both well in this purpose. But obviously, having said that, I also remember the headline from yesterday about the bikers that got hit the most was last year. And so, as I'm looking at that, one other thing I noticed, if you will go back to the original drawing that there, is that the way you laid out this path is that there's danger for dooring, which is a very frequent hazard when you have parked cars and somebody just open it. You are going to, but that's the nature of that. But in a way, it helps because you can see the white car if somebody's to open it. But that's the nature of the bike lane and coexisting with the parking. But I would say that the more we can create pedestrian paths like this that can, like what you did with Sarah Roosevelt Park, that 8 mile stretch from Brooklyn that can lead you into the Bronx Railroad. But your point is well taken about that Shirley Chisholm monument, that context. But I think when that case comes before us, we will review that.
Other comments? Yes, Kim.
Back to my comments about bike lane. I still observe a bright bike lane, and that's kind of eating into the number of trees having to be removed. And I'm not sure that's a great trade-off, and that maybe they can move the bike lane a little more over and not have to
remove so many trees. Really, I prefer it in the street, yes, but they can't put it in the street. But does it have to be supplied? Is there some way we can save more of these trees?
Most of the trees coming out is that one section where they're,
About just to explain it if it wasn't clear, I mean, it is taking.
Yeah, I think you can speak to the staff and Bernadette can maybe fill us in if needed. Okay, other thoughts on this?
I should probably speak. I'm trying to avoid speaking, actually. Across Flatbush Avenue is a little park, botanical park, called Brooklyn Botanic Garden. And I just want to go on record, and I don't want to sound like a Neanderthal or a guy against trees, but during my time as chair of that board over 10 years, I can't tell you the number of trees that were removed for all different sorts of reasons, and a few for design reasons, actually. The miracle is, if you don't replace trees, that's when you're a bad guy. But if it's being done to accommodate new ideas, new uses, as our city grows and evolves, then I think it's acceptable as long as you're planting more trees. And I think that's what we did at the garden, at UBG. Certainly we've done that. I just want to remind us all too that when Central Park came out of its slump, its doldrums, back in the early 80s, when James Marston Fitch, a former commissioner right here around this or another table, was working with Betsy Barlow Rogers on the, while trying to rescue Central Park in all its ways. They removed hundreds of trees that had been planted willy-nilly, memorial, somebody died, planted trees, the whole Olmstedian landscape was really compromised. So there is a history of removing trees. We also have park commissioners, we all know, who died recently, who refused to remove any trees. So this is a complex subject. Bike lanes are a complex subject. I have many good friends who live around Prospect Park who abhor the bike lanes that have been put in, et cetera, et cetera. It's a complex social issue. I have no solution for it all, but I'm just going on record as saying I can support what's being proposed based on the idea of an evolving, changing city. I'm not in favor of all the bike lanes that I see, but I think the city seems to be in favor of them. And I think we have to figure out how to accommodate them. They're part of, I guess, mostly city streets, not parks, and so therefore we are where we are. So I can support it, but I'm sorry to see big trees go, but the testimony by the applicants have made it clear that new trees will be planted.
Any other thoughts?
That's really clear, Fred, thank you. But I still think here that the new thing would be for the bike lanes to displace cars, rather than park. And so that's why I don't think I can support this.
All right, so, I think that, yes.
I'm in agreement with Fred on this. I think I think the compromise is worthy. The solution to cleaning the atmosphere is getting rid of cars, not trying to plant more trees. But in this particular case, there was a great deal of controversy about putting the bike lanes on the other side of the park. And the reality of it is that the people in the Bumblebee outfits who are going 50 miles an hour are in the park. They're using the road around the park. And to have to look both ways before you cross the bike path at the perimeter is not a hardship. And I think in this particular situation too, the reality will be less than what we're worried about. I think the folks at the Prospect Park Alliance know what they're doing, and I think this is an admirable solution.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that as we've seen, the perimeter of parks evolves and has evolved over time, and we've heard testimony that the trees that are being removed are a variety of different ages and have come and gone over the years in this strip seconds. The trees do grow, and that is sort of part of the history of it, and as long as trees come back, I think that it's something that the spirit can be retained, and I'm particularly persuaded by Michael's comment about this as an alley, and in fact having all of the new trees at once may reinforce that sort of formality and uniformity of the alley. So I think, and also recognizing that the configuration of the sidewalk otherwise is maintained with a slight reduction in the width of the outer grass strip. So I also can support this, and I think that our parks do adapt to modern uses and recreation. So, and I think that these are complex subjects, but I think from an appropriateness point of view, it works for me. So I think we have about 5 of us who are supportive. So we haven't heard from everybody. Anne or John, would you like to?
I'm also in support. I understand it is a complex situation, but I think this is a very good solution to come up with. I'm also concerned about the Chisholm policy. So that will come up. But I advocate for some kind of more definite payment.
Yeah, and I think because they expect the monument to catch up with this before any work is happens here, I think we'll have another opportunity to look at the paving design when we review the monument in the plaza. Greg, did you want to add something?
I do, not completely relevant, but before we get too carried away with LAs, I just want to point out a more recent non-architectural, horticultural aspect of LAs. They are very architectural, but the trend now is to try to avoid them at least in many places, because we plant them all at the same time, they all die at the same time. If they get a disease, they all die together.
John, did you want to add anything? Okay, so I think we have 6 to support this, and I will move to Anne. I'll give you the motion.
In the matter of LPC 19-38007, Prospect Park, Scenic Ramble, a naturalistic park built in 1866 to 73, designed by Frederick Law Olmsted and Kevin Fox. The application is to install bike lanes. I recommend issuing a positive report, finding that the work will not eliminate new historic paving, a significant feature of the park design, and will not paving used to adjoining sidewalks and other prominent park entrances. But the new concrete paving, replacing the roadbed, when seen between the front entrance to remain, will help the plaza to maintain the character of a prominent entrance to the park. But the bike path is consistent with the recreational nature of the park design. But the sidewalks and plazas surrounding the park historically featured a substantially higher percentage of paving in comparison to the park itself. Therefore, the moderate increase in paving for the bike path will be compatible with the historic design of the perimeter of the park. That while trees will be removed to accommodate the bike path, a new alley of trees will be installed along the bike path and merge, thereby preserving the design of the exterior of the park. That, except near crosswalks and bus stops, and where the sidewalk tapers, the composition and uniformity of the simply paved walkway between landscape verges of similar widths will be maintained throughout Ocean Avenue. That the additional paving will help provide standard demarcations for pedestrian crossings and bus stops and improve barrier-free access. That the extension and tapering of small sections of the sidewalk at and near the plaza at the park side at Ocean Avenue's corner entrance to the park will be subtle adjustments which will help improve circulation through the plaza. That the simple design, limited width, and green finish of the bike path will help the path to remain subordinate to the significant features of the sidewalk and maintain the tripartite organization of the sidewalk, and that the work will support the significant historic and naturalistic character of this scenic road.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Okay, next is item number 4, this is LPC 19-34608, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in Borough Manhattan, block 196, 400 Broadway, which are back in the 6-story district, a second entire style store loft building built in 1862 to 65. The application is to install vinyl signage on the storefront windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and Fleet Preservation staff. The application is to install vinyl signage at the storefront windows at 400 Broadway, which was built in 1862 to 1865, with mid-century, 20th century alterations at the first floor storefront infill. It is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Walker Street and Broadway, with Rebecca East Historic District. To briefly summarize a few important points. The storefront, or the signage has already been installed. The Commission should note that a permit was issued in 2015 to remove roll-down gates and restore glazing. The signage, as installed, cannot be legalized at staff level because it takes up more than 20% of the glazing. This is calculated by literally drawing a box around the signage and any of the logo, the words, or the film. It is more than 20%. It's 20. And so the applicant is here to discuss the details of the proposal.
Thank you. My name is A.B. Towell. I'm here with Census Engineering, the applicant of record for the building. So as we discussed, we're here to legalize the existing vinyl signage. There are a total of 9 different signage banners along the windows. So on the left over here, you see the existing, historical photo from when the building was built in the early 1860s. That's the existing facade. On the right side, you can see a historical photograph from 1983, the year that modifications were done to the existing facade. The black band, you can see black band up here, and the vinyl signage and the pink tiles were added to the facade. Pretty much the facade remains the same way today from that picture. The building is located on the corner of Broadway and Walker Street, 1 block south of Canal. It's a busy commercial corner. We're in the Tribeca East Historic District. These are 2 elevation views of the building itself. We have the southwest elevation over here, and the west facade elevation. You can see the 2 windows here with the existing vinyl, and 7 windows on the west side, on the south side. Philip can step in from Appalachia to just talk about a little bit about the mission statement and the Department of Health regulations concern.
My name is Phil Meyer. I'm from Appalachia Community Health Center, and I'm the Director of Grants and Communications. The reason for the vinyl siding is both by mission and by mandate. I'll start with the mandate. It's the easiest part to go through. Both the New York City and New York State Department of Health require privacy for the patients. As such, we spent a lot of time determining the amount of size of the frosting that we needed. There's a hotel across the street, there's an office building across, to make sure that people, not only from the street level, but people looking down, couldn't identify our patients. And more than the mandate, the mission, Appalachia serves some of the most marginalized and vulnerable people in New York City. We serve immigrants, we serve HIV positive people, and we serve the LGBT community. And many of these people are intersectional and being identified can have grave issues in their personal lives because there's so much stigma around those different identities. So as such, keeping patient privacy was of utmost importance. Simultaneously, we ruled out options like curtains and things because we know that keeping the space light and airy was critical to patients not feeling like they were in a space that was dark, that they had something to be ashamed of. So really we can feel that it's a part of their healing process. So those were the original decisions for why we went with the vinyl sidings.
Are there any questions?
Sorry, we're just going to go through a couple of pictures. So these are the two signage, the two vinyl signage in these two windows and the 7 up here. These are just some elevation renderings rather and existing window photographs. So you can see that it takes up approximately 60% of the window, although that the logos themselves are only approximately less than that 20% restriction. So it's just that translucent film, the opaque transfer that on top of privacy, but the advertising or logo itself is still within that 20% restriction. Thank you.
Any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a letter from Councilmember Margaret Chin supporting the application in the interest of protecting privacy and complying with confidentiality. And a resolution from the Manhattan Community Board, one that recommends a solution where the signage is limited to 20% of the storefront, which I think is what you said that the logos on the signs are. Okay? So they recommend LPC removes the violation. Any questions? Do you have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Discussion? Well, I think that the size of the signs are, while larger than 20%, you still can see above them, in many cases below them, you still understand that it's a storefront space inside. And some of them are in fact translucent, which also allows for more connection between inside and outside while still retaining privacy. What do people think about the logos on this?
Pretty much. I think the privacy thing is fine. It just seems like for a building this type, it's not where the sign should be. It's rather large. And it seems like it's not. It's not typical for stores. It's not typical for. It seems like for the area. So I would just ask the two.
And that may be in number or and/or size. Do others feel?
Not necessarily for that one. I think this is a new use for a storefront, so it's not, there's not a lot to go by. And I just think when we walk by, I know it's not exactly, obviously it's not the same, but any store, H&M, Coach, the product itself is filled with so much advertising. It is that, in fact, it's the brand and the brand repeated. So, and it fills the storefront, so it's not an applied sign, but it might well as be. So, actually, I think this is all.
I agree with that approach because I think in place of a real storefront where you're seeing merchandise, at least a larger sign is sort of fills your eye with something rather than kind of a blank.
Commercial in nature.
I agree with Maddie because it's not really a store per se, it's more like a health center. And usually community facilities have unlimited signage almost. So that, and most of it, you're counting the glass part that's etched, that's just frosted glass is signed also. If you just take in circumscribe the pizza and the logo, you might get to 20%.
remainder of the edge glass that's putting it over.
Yeah, I generally kind of agree with the other commissioners because it is a community facility and the advertising in this case is advertising the services that people need to get. So it's a little different than, just, advertising shoes or something and say, there's mental health services, there's affordable health care. And that's placed within the logo, which they could have taken, just not had the logo there and put up the sign or something. And I don't find it, because it doesn't repeat the name of the facility, particularly offensive. I think it's could support it. Maybe it could be a little more conclusive, to give more still protect privacy. But other than that, I don't really have a big problem.
I can support it as is. I mean, even though it is sort of a lot of it, it's very subtle. It's not,
It's a uniform appearance, which is helpful also, not call too much attention.
I think it's moderately excessive, actually, but I think they could work with staff to possibly reduce the size. I don't know why the translucent, I don't know, there's mention of privacy, but I don't know why the translucent part has to go 10 feet above the sign. I think they could work with staff to deal with this.
All right, so I actually think we have 6 who can support it as is, so we'll make that motion, but we'll ask you to continue to work with staff. We've heard some of our comments about the amount of logos, and maybe particularly on the midsection, we can work with staff to look at size and location on those. Okay, because you were saying.
In the matter of LPC 1934608, 400 Broadway, Tribeca East Historic District, a second Empire-style store and loft building built in 1862 to 65. The application is to install vinyl signage at the storefront windows. I know the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca East Historic District. And further note that the storefronts and base of the building will alter prior to designation. Historically, the storefronts consisted of cast iron framing glazing with painted signage and a painted sign band, and the building was built for light manufacturing, storage, display, and sales. I recommended approval, finding that the storefronts have been heavily altered and the installation of the vinyl signage in the windows has not damaged any significant historic fabric, that limiting visibility into the storefront is consistent with the current use as doctor's office where privacy is important, that work is reversible, that the vinyl signage does not completely obscure transparency of the windows with translucency remaining at most of the glass and transparency in the upper and lower sections, that the cumulative effect of signage and bays does not detract from the significant architectural or historic character of the building, the streetscape, or the historic district. Period. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, moving on to item number 5, LPC 19-36246, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Manhattan Block 195 Broadway, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, individual and interior landmark, and neoclassical style office building designed by William Wells Bosworth, that built phases from 1912 to 1922 with a monumental classical style interior. The application is to install glass railings and turnstiles and to modify a directory of the interior.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm your Public Preservation staff. This application is for interior alterations at the American Telephone and Telegraph Company building, which is an interior and individual landmark located at 195 Broadway, which occupies most of the block bounded on the north by Fulton Street, east by Broadway, south by Bay Street, and west on Church Street. So this application is for work in this main lobby here, which is right off of Day Street. And the proposal includes installing glass partitions and turnstiles, creating penetrations in the marble floor, and modifying the historic directory on the west side to match the modifications to the historic directory on the east side, which were modified prior to the designation of the interior landmark. And the applicant is here to discuss the proposal details.
Thank you. I've been cast back for it's great partially part of this. We've been here a number of times for a while. I think this may be my seventh CMA over the last 15 years or whatever it's been for the building, but this is actually a pretty limited scope. I just want to introduce Wayne Colbert from Melodel Holding, who manages and runs the building, and then Catherine Island Associates. They're both here to answer any questions you might have, but this is a very limited scope. It really sort of comes about now that the building is very tenanted. It is, as Abby said, for the installation of turnstiles, 3 turnstiles, and they're really more railings than partitions, just about 3-foot glass railings around the elevators, and then modifying a building directory that's here to match the one that's here. So this is the main entry into the building now, prior to designation, and so now, just after there were entries this way, this is now all sort of retail space, but the designated area basically includes sort of the entire, roughly the whole footprint is sort of this space. But this is the main entry now. This has all been restored as part of the project years ago. So most of the people are coming into the building this way. There are also entries into the lobby this way and also this way. So there are multiple areas into the lobby, and it's a different configuration than many office buildings, mostly because the building being built in phases, but also a bit earlier. So you don't have narrow mid-rise, low-rise, high-rise elevator lobbies. This is spread out, and this distance from here to here is about 100 feet. So the elevators are spread over a much larger area than what one typically sees for a commercial building. And there are right now about 3,000 people coming into the building, visitors and tenants every morning, and that's with 5 of the floors vacant. So that number is going to only increase. So there's a need to sort of manage the flow of people coming into the building. So an existing photo from just inside the entry doors, looking into landmarks approved lobby desk, which you can see in plans here. There's still a lot of area on either side that's sort of unattended. Some existing photographs in the lobby, just illustrating the finishes. It's beautiful with marble, Baldacchino marble floor and columns, copper ceiling, plaster, and these beautiful bronze lanterns. This photo here is the building directory, one of 2 that is not in use currently. This is down at this end of the lobby. There's an approved ADA lift that brings people from this entry up into this main portion of the lobby. But you can see the sort of forest of columns, and the visibility in the lobby is not wide open, particularly because of the columns. Some images on the other side of the lobby. This is in this zone, the retail portion, and I show these really just to show the sort of concept of transparency that was integrated into this side. So there are small latrines at the base of these 30-foot tall pieces of glass, but even within the retail spaces, this is all divided by glass. But the idea of transparency is really sort of key to the interventions that have been brought before the commission since the building's designation in 2007. And so building on some of that idea and some of the materiality, we're sort of looking to integrate railings and the turnstiles. So this is an existing view again. This is one access. This is the main access into the lobby, but there are multiple ways into the lobby. And then a proposed plan. So we have 3 groups of turnstiles, and then the other elements are just low glass railings. They're sitting in a bronze shoe that would match the material adjacent to the east, and then a single bronze cap on the handrail. So these are 3-foot, and then the turnstiles set between the railings. Existing and proposed side by side, just to see, as you can see, where they're falling. There are no attachments to any of the columns. Everything is cantilever bolted down to the floor. So there are no attachments to the columns. There's a bronze dual railing here. We're a couple inches off of that. You'll see some details of that in just a moment. Existing photo in the top right and the rendered view here, just to show you sort of what the effect is. It's obviously everything that's happening sort of here and down. So it's a pretty modest intervention. The ceiling heights in the space are about 30 feet. A view looking west in the main portion of the lobby. This is rendered as tinted, but the glass will be clear. It's just tinted surface, so you can see it. But it will be clear glass and movement essentially bronze finish on the shoe and the handrail and the turnstiles themselves. This is a view down at the western end here. So turnstiles in front of those elevators. This is that building directory, which we're going to get to in just a moment. The lift. There's this is the newel and railing. We're sort of passing just past that.
Is fine for the Purell thing, or is that already?
Free spirit. Thank you for asking. Some details on the railing adjacent to the newel, so you can see it's set off a couple inches from that newel, and it's just sort of passes just beyond it to allow for the separation of spaces. And some details for the turnstiles and the glass rail. There's a very simple cap on the rail, which you can see just shown here on the top edge.
What's the floor material and what's the...
So the floor material is a Monticino marble. It's readily available. Because of when this project started, all of this whole section was sort of at the same plane as this level. So all the material in here is largely new, and you never notice it. So there will be a few cores for the turnstiles and small anchor points for the railings. But the material itself is readily available, and it's easy to match if and when this were to come out. Some details, and then I'll just quickly talk about the directory. So there are two building directories on this sort of north-facing wall. This one is illuminated. It was in place at the time of designation, and that's seen here. And then this is the directory that we're looking to modify. It's on this side, and it's not currently in use. These are just sort of simple transparencies with a light source behind them. And the idea is to maintain the grid here, take out these individual panels and keep them on site, and just do a similar treatment as the directory to the east. Some long views of just showing the directory in the context of the overall lobby. Some detailed photos. So across the top is the existing lift directory on the east side, and there's just a simple piano hinge, and these sort of open up with the transparency set behind it. We're going to get rid of the fluorescent lighting, just do simple LEDs. In the existing, we would do the same if this is approved in the proposed area. And you can see these individual panels, these just come out in pieces, and so the frame would remain, and we do a similar treatment as on the east side. There's a large collection. There's 5 basements in this building. There are other elements that are bronze elements found throughout the building. There's ample room to put these things on site. So Wade is certainly committed to holding onto these panels if there was a need to sort of go back to a more sort of analog system. And then this is a rendering of the proposed. Again, I say analog, I don't mean to contrast with digital. These are static images. They're not LED panels. These are just static images with tenant names on them. And so this is the existing directory. This would be the proposed condition. And with that, a series of details existing and proposed elevations, and then some detail on how this is actually going to be built.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, testimony? Simeon Baker?
Yeah, Commissioner Sidney Backhouse, our district's council. The Western Directory Board is an original untouched feature and is identified as a notable decorative feature in the Interior Landmark Designation Report, which says, on the western chamber wall is a directory board that is identical design to the board in the corridor, but remains more intact, retaining its original bronze lettering on the green marble, which reads, building with a V, directorate, and its entire metal frame below. Further, the color scheme used for the directory boards makes the ceiling and directory boards the only areas of strong color in a lobby that's otherwise decorated by variations of white, green, dark brown, or gold. There's already, as past mentioned, a Eastern directory board modernized with screens and signage, and HTC believes that preserving one pristine directory board is a fair compromise.
Yeah, Commissioner Sidney Backhouse, our district's council. The Western Directory Board is an original untouched feature and is identified as a notable decorative feature in the Interior Landmark Designation Report, which says, on the western chamber wall is a directory board that is identical design to the board in the corridor, but remains more intact, retaining its original bronze lettering on the green marble, which reads, building with a V, directorate, and its entire metal frame below. Further, the color scheme used for the directory boards makes the ceiling and directory boards the only areas of strong color in a lobby that's otherwise decorated by variations of white, green, dark brown, or gold. There's already, as past mentioned, a Eastern directory board modernized with screens and signage, and HTC believes that preserving one pristine directory board is a fair compromise.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay. Cass, would you like to respond to this?
Just briefly, sort of key elements of the directory, the lettering obviously all remains at the top. You can sort of just make that right as a building directory, and then sort of all the bronze elements except for those panels will be preserved, and as I said, we will be salvaging them and moving them on site so they're not going away.
Any questions? Okay, do we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Okay. So, we've seen this building a number of times, and the biggest project is really the adaptive reuse of the lobby for the retail spaces, and the introduction of the glass and bronze partition, the glass partition set within bronze frames, and along with that went a lot of restoration, and it's quite incredible inside, and actually those partitions are very transparent, and I think in a lot of ways achieved what we believed would happen when we did that approval. So there is, in our past approvals, introduced this language of glass and transparent and bronze interventions, and I think that the railings and the turnstiles are consistent with that language and are very modest in scale and size, and we've seen it in many office lobbies that are interior landmarks, the need for security, and I think this is done in a very consistent way. So the question about the sign panel is, an interesting one. It is they face the elevators, they're not sort of on the main circulatory path, and the proposal retains the basic configuration but does remove these inset panels. So do people have thoughts on those? I will add that in other office lobbies that are interior landmarks, we have changed the tenant panels in similar ways as well. I think it keeps the original main grid, and that all of that historic fabric and the discrete panels that are being removed are would have been changed out for names anyway. I think it's sort of a sympathetic and sensitive way to address modern signage and tenancy needs within an interior lobby.
So what about that new 195 Broadway? Is that necessary?
That's on the existing.
That's existing.
So
I'm sorry, this is the east side, this is the east side of the lobby that exists, and this is the west side. So we're seeing the one that had already been modified.
But it's not existing as proposed.
Right, sorry.
And that sign is historic?
The green marble sign is
Not the green marble sign.
No, the other one is not, but not part of this application.
Oh.
This is just showing you one side that exists, and the proposal is just to change out the panels.
Right.
Are you asking?
I'm just asking about that sign up top, the 195. You're saying it's not part of this proposal, but it's there and it's not new. Okay.
It was, yeah, it was the.
I understand. Thank you.
They are planning to put, what's going to go up above? I think there's something going up above on the right side, though. What is that?
Well, there are little bronze letters that say building directory.
Building directory, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are existing as well.
Yes, and that is going to remain, right?
Yeah. Okay, so if everybody's okay, then Diana, please make the motion. Oh, and just to, sorry, for the record, the community board, the resolution from the community board is on recommending approval.
Okay, so we look forward to in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, LPC 1936-246, 195 Broadway, American Telephone and Telegraph Company building individual and interior landmark. A neoclassical style building designed by William Rose Bosworth and in phases from 1912 to 1922 with a monumental classical style interior. Application is to install glass railings and turnstiles and to modify directly the designated interior. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed partitions and turnstiles will be simply designed, small in relation to the scale of the lobby, and anchored to the marble floor with a minimum number of necessary attachments. That the design and materials of the installation will match other features previously approved for the space and will result in a uniform and harmonious condition. The placement, number, and size of partitions and turnstiles will support the perceived symmetrical organization of the lobby and will not detract from its monumental volume or other significant features of this interior landmark. That the clear glass material, limited height, and simple design of the partition near the historic stone stair newel will not obscure the historic post. That replacing the infill at the west building directory with glass illuminated tenant name panels will be consistent with the historic function of the directory, which allowed for content changes. And the main historic framing components of the directory will be maintained, and the new components will match existing modern info at the East Directory, thereby supporting a symmetrical relationship of the directories.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's approved. So we will break for lunch now. We'll come back at 10 after 1.
All right, commissioners, welcome back after lunch. We're going to start with item number 6, LPC 19-38182. An application for a finding report of the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1, Lot 10, Governor's Island, Building 20, Nolan Park, in the Governor's Island Historic District. A Victorian colonial revival style officers' quarters designed by the Quartermaster General Corps and built in 1902, altered in 1936-38, and named after 1986. The application is to demolish a garage building, modify entrances and walkways, and install new walkways, a barrier-free access ramp, mechanical equipment, and screening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. Like Corey said, this is Building 20, otherwise known as 20 Nolan Park. It's located right on the inside of Nolan Park, right here, on the edge of the National Park Service boundary of Fort J, and then within the Governor's Island Historic District. The application is to demolish the garage at the southwest corner of the property, modify the entrances and walkways of the east facade facing Nolan Park, install new walkways and mechanical equipment at the southwest yard facing Fort J, and install a barrier-free access ramp at the west facade. The applicant will also be working with staff on a number of restorative items, including window replacement, installing shutters, and the restoration of the porch and other architectural features. Matt Blood from the Trust for Governor's Island is here to present the proposal and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Blood. I'm the Director of Capital Projects for Trust for Governor's Island. As Holly said, I'm here today to present our restoration rehabilitation strategy for 20 Nolan Park. For those of you who haven't visited Governor's Island before, I'm just going to give a little bit of background. Nolan Park is a residential enclave of about 20 houses surrounding the common green on Governor's Island. For the Trust, it's a seasonal platform for our partner organizations to host events and other public programming during our public access season, which runs from May 1st to October 31st. Our long-term goal for Nolan Park and another area in the island called Colonel's Row is to create a cultural campus that is year-round. We've already begun to do that with some of the programming that we do in the summertime with various arts organizations as well as nonprofits that occupy the houses during the public access season. But this is our first foray into a comprehensive renovation of one of the yellow clapboard houses in Nolan Park. The current program is to create a flexible gallery space on the ground floor. And then on the upper floors, there will be workspaces sort of created out of the existing bedrooms, as well as some of the spaces being reused for bedrooms if we wanted to do short-term stays on the second and third floors. So we're sort of seeing it as a live workspace on the upper floors and a ground floor gallery space. The live aspect kind of goes to the deed restriction, which we cannot have permanent residential, but we can do short-term stays. So we think that this is a interesting approach for the houses, kind of create fellowship opportunities for people to stay overnight. As Holly mentioned, the house is located on the western side of Nolan Park. Nolan Park is designed, or sort of designated by that dotted boundary that exists. Is slightly to the south and east of Fort J, which you can see represented by the star shape in the center of the photograph. And 20 Nolan was the actual last house built in Nolan Park in 1904. The reason the development stopped at 20 Nolan Park is the Admiral's house, which is literally just above the blue line of Nolan Park on the right-hand side. The Admiral always wanted to have a clear view of the fort. So that sort of stopped the development of Nolan Park. As you can see also, this doesn't totally accurately represent, but the next slide shows the NPS boundary in relation to 20 Nolan Park. So there's a path that runs along the north side of the building, fairly close, just a few feet off, and just beyond that path is the NPS boundary. So when we're considering how to provide ADA access to the building, we're really constrained. We've always seen it as inappropriate to add anything to the east facade facing the green. The west facade is the preferred location. You can't actually see it, but there's a turnaround right where the kind of tree is in the center. And so really, for our purposes, the ADA ramp had to be located on the sort of southwest corner of the building to sort of make that work. So here's a close-up showing 20 Nolan Park shortly after it was constructed. The bottom left photograph is from 1904. It's a little bit grainy and hard to read, but we found a much clearer photograph from 1934, which has really been a fantastic resource for us to guide the restoration strategy for the project. The house was built in 1902, 1904 as a large single-family officer's residence. It did have the distinction of being the home of Frederick Dent Grant, who was Ulysses S. Grant's son. He was the first occupant of the house when it was a single-family residence. As you can see, it was originally designed with colonial revival detailing, the wraparound front porch with fairy columns. We were really lucky to have these photographs just to kind of help us guide the restoration. Just based on the program, we're kind of seeing this as taking the house back to a single-family configuration. In the 1930s, it was converted to a two-family. Some future photographs that I'm going to show will show how that was done. And it really has changed the overall appearance of the building from Nolan Park. So this is probably one of the lower points for the building. Circa 1950s, when some asphalt, sort of asbestos shingles were added. Multiple renovations were made to the building over its history. In 1936, probably the most significant renovation was made with the splitting of the house into two side-by-side residences, almost like townhouses. You can see in the front, the porch was filled in at the central bay to create two entry vestibules, and then two porch stairs were added on either side. While the porches were kept, one of the major features that was changed was the three-sided bay disappeared, and in its place were these bump-out gables that appear on the north and south sides to increase the overall square footage of the space and make it more livable for families that were occupying the space. As I mentioned, the 1956 renovation added the shingles, sort of solidified the lower portions of the porch railings, and then screen porches were added as well. One other feature to note is if you look right here, bathrooms were added to the front bedrooms. So originally there was a window of this size that was decreased in size to sort of make it more functional in terms of its use overall. We're hoping to restore that back to its original size with the restoration plan. So, future restoration took place in 1993 under the Coast Guard, where a lot of the details were removed and the porches were restored to more of a sort of Queen Anne Italian look. And the porches are throughout Nolan Park have this look now. We were lucky again that we had the photograph to see what it was originally. But it really changed again the overall appearance of the building. Here you can see very clearly the two central windows of the two back-to-back vestibules that serve each side. There is a door toward the back, facing east, but also off the porch that enters into the central gable room. But generally, at this time, the asphalt shingles which were on all of the buildings on Nolan Park were removed. The yellow clapboard that was underneath was restored, but a lot of the detailing had already been lost at that point, dental, moldings, and brackets as well. So our thinking right now is, in order to restore the porch back to its original appearance, these two vestibules would be subtracted and then the porch configuration would be changed to create a central entry in place of the two that exists now. One of the items that has to remain is the porch roof, as well as the roof on the main portion of the building. That work was undertaken in 2012 and is capitally ineligible to be touched at this point. So we're planning to work around that as much as we can. The existing copper gutters and meters are going to remain as well. They will require some repair work to make them back into working order. As I mentioned before, the garage will be removed. Unfortunately, it is sort of settled into the landscape. The slab is now well below the grade, as are the clapboards and clapboards and framing. So the whole base of the garage is pretty much rotted out at this point. We had actually explored it as another possibility for space within the program, and originally had some interesting ideas how it could be reused, but it's looking at this point that we have to completely demolish it and rebuild it. And it's also where we're planning to put our ADA ramp. Previously, the demolition of the garage was approved in 2012 by LPC. So in addition to the reconstruction work I've described already, the wood decking and joists at the porch have suffered rot and termite damage, so we are going to be rebuilding significant portions of the porch framing as well as the porch decking. The other thing we're faced with in terms of challenges is the porch decking at its current height is 6 inches below the interior floor height, so we need to mitigate that grade change from the porch into the building. We've devised what we think is a pretty interesting strategy to make that happen. As I mentioned before, the wood scroll work with columns are not original, and given the fact that we're trying to restore this as a wraparound porch, we think that they're sort of less harmonious with the overall house designs. One of the other things we found doing some of our probe work is the original dentils and brackets that were removed. So we're planning on restoring those elements as well with the restoration strategy. You can sort of see here some of the scarring from where they were removed. And we've actually found a couple of them that we can use as a guide for restoration. As I mentioned before, the garage slab and the siding had sort of sunken into the ground. Pretty rotted, so that's coming out. The clapboards overall are in really good condition. They don't really look it, but they are. The wood trim in various places requires replacement due to rot. One of the challenges we're going to face is they apparently used asbestos glue to attach the cement shingles on there, and it still is there. So we're trying to figure out how to remediate the exterior clapboard as part of the strategy, and it's one of our more challenging items in terms of the cost. The windows date from the 1936 renovation, and unfortunately they're in pretty terrible condition. We had originally looked at trying to restore them, but decided instead to replace them with windows that match existing. So this is site plan, kind of showing the existing conditions on the left and proposed on the right. As I mentioned, the existing garage number 4 comes out. On the right, you'll see the two paths on the east, denoted as number 2, are being changed to be one path with a central stair that will access the porch in the middle of the 5-bay front porch. There'll be a new ADA compliant sidewalk that helps us mitigate the grade change. I believe the overall was 34 inches from the grade to the porch deck. 3436, something like that. So we're trying to get halfway from here to here by creating a 5% grade concrete ramp. And then from here, the ADA ramp will take off and land into the westernmost bay on the south side of the porch. One other item to mention is we are doing full new NEP systems for the house, so we've identified this area, sort of a corner tucked in as an NEP enclosure. We think that's the least visible place to kind of locate that equipment, so that's our current strategy with that. So here's a proposed rendering of what we anticipate the porch reconstruction and some of the historic details will look like once they're installed. This is looking from the southeast to the northwest, showing the new wraparound porch and stairs, new windows and shutters in place, and the ADA ramp at the southwest corner of the house.
Can I ask a question about that? You said in the original photographs there was some kind of frieze across the top of three windows with a painted wood arch.
Yes.
Is that going to be restored?
We were not planning to restore that on that. So this is an overview of the proposed work on the house. The new wraparound porch to replicate the original, new porch there, center in the front. New painted wood front doors on the east elevation, as we're seeing in the farthest left elevation. One of the challenges we face, and I'm going to get into more detailed slides coming, is because of the vestibules, there literally was no original fabric left on the east facade of the front porch. We have looked at the historic photographs, and it's really hard to tell what was there, so we had to kind of create something that we think is in keeping with the overall spirit of Nolan Park as far as the windows and doors are concerned. So I'll show some more slides further down that kind of elaborate on that. Also shown here at number 6 is our new ADA ramp, which we have detailed with a 410 screen. That same 410 screen will be used at the far left right here. Number 7 down here for the mechanical enclosure. And I will get into some more detailed slides of that as well for the presentation. As I mentioned also, we're going to be restoring clapboard missing dental and bracket details, and then the windows will be restored as well. One other thing to note is we do have some interesting metal casement windows that were put into the basement at some point in time, so we'll be restoring those with like materials as well. So the copper standing seam porch roof will remain, as will the gutters and downspouts. The 5-bay porch will be recreated across the east elevation facing Nolan Park, and then there'll be a 3-bay structure on the north and south elevations. We're planning to replicate the porch using painted wood columns, wood column bases, turned wood balustrades, and wood handrails. One of the other challenges we're facing is, you can see in number 4, is adapting the brick piers and lattice work at the base. Right now, there's some, with the 2 stairs, the spacing doesn't really work, so the piers don't line up with proposed new column spacing. So we're proposing to reconstruct the piers and then continue the brick lattice work, which is existing in between the piers. We like it as a design feature, and we decided to try to continue it, sort of modify it so that it looks uniform across the front and symmetrical. And then finally, the new front doors and windows, which are roughly centered on the center bay and 2 flanking bays. The windows are similar to what's found on the 2nd floor in the north and south elevations. This kind of gives you an idea of what the existing configuration is on the left with the 2 porch stairs, the vestibules coming in, and the entries into the front living room spaces on either side. On the right is our proposed plan for the porch, central front stair, new front doors. I mentioned before the mitigation of trying to get from the porch height up to the front door. We've devised what we think is an interesting strategy that incorporates a very shallow ramp to mitigate the 6-inch grade from either side to the central area. We're going to add a stair to kind of mitigate that, but what that allowed us to do is not crunch the porch height down and kind of leave it as tall as we could so that it didn't kind of squash the overall appearance of the new porch. So we're pretty proud of that little strategy that was devised. This is a section showing the porch detailing. We think the balustrade is almost a perfect replica of what was there previously. As I mentioned, the porch column basis will be constructed out of wood, and the railing details will sort of match what's there. You can also see the missing dental molding and fascia, which will be restored. Wonderfully, a lot of that detail has been sort of boxed in with the 1993 porch renovations, so those details were there, and we were just able to kind of use them as a guide to replicate. Some more views of the porch detail restoration. As I mentioned, this is kind of a close-up showing the fascia to be removed right here. The dental to be restored, column types to be restored as well, and the frame removed, and the porch ceiling height will be restored as well. Here's a close-up detail showing the lattice work in our approach. So where you see it in black is existing. The porch stairs that are existing right now roughly correspond with the pier and lattice work here. So there's actually an access hatch underneath the stairs. And so there's nothing there really. So we have to kind of infill it in so that the porch columns rest on the piers. And as I mentioned, we like the brick detailing. It's kind of an interesting feature. It doesn't appear on many of the houses in Nolan Park, but it's been there for long enough that we see it as a feature worth retaining and kind of enhancing to create an overall new look for the porch. And this is a close-up detail of our new prepared glass slide entry doors and new 8/8 windows flanking on either side. As I mentioned, we did have to kind of do a little bit of research, look around the island, try to understand what the condition was. But in creating this new entry facade, what we're hoping to do is basically make a much more inviting building. Right now, you kind of stand in front of the building and you see this blank wall with these two windows for the vestibules. But we want this to be a public-facing building. We want people to feel welcome and to be able to come here. And given the fact that we're considering a gallery exhibit space for the ground floor, we think that this is a really nice approach to really welcome people and entice them to come inside the building. If you look at the back of the presentations that were passed out, we did extensively look at the door configurations in Nolan Park to come up with this design. There are quite a number of different types of doors. Almost every single building in Nolan Park has a different door configuration. So we found ones that had glazed panels on the front doors to sort of look at precedence. And this is what we settled on, a divided light. The blue is really to just kind of, again, create a welcoming color to invite people to come up on the porch. And then the windows roughly approximate what you would find on the north and east elevations on the upper floors. There is also a proposal to put a granite slab at the bottom of the staircase as well. And then the brick path will be reconstructed to connect that back up to Nolan Park to the main pathways throughout that area. Another slide just showing some of the dental details where they're going to be restored in the gable ends. And also we're proposing to restore the wood shutters on the east facade, north facade, and south facade. These are the proposed colors we're looking at for the restoration. The clapboard siding roughly matches what's existing. We had a lot of internal debate. We believe the colonial revival configuration from 1904 was more white in color, but given that we have, I believe, a total of 14 yellow clapboard houses in Nolan Park, we didn't really want to deviate from that. So we're going to continue the same sort of off-yellow color for the facade. The wood trims, eaves, columns, railings, all roughly approximate what's there now, which is sort of an off-white, light gray. Same with porch, deck, ceiling, and stair treads are that same family of gray colors. A brighter blue front door, and then the shutters are going to be like a very dark green, which it was very hard to tell from the color from the photograph from 1904 and 1934 what the color was, but we know it was dark. So we think that will do well against the yellow of the clapboard. Probably the most important feature that we're here to discuss today is the ADA ramp and the demonstration of the garage to create the ADA ramp. And this is probably the design feature that we've spent the most amount of time working on. There have been a lot of different iterations of this, but we're pleased with the idea of raising the grade up to create some of that grade mitigation using earth burn and also putting a concrete sidewalk in at a low grade that doesn't require any railings. As I mentioned before, the site constraints really have limited us to this location for the ramp. As you can see, there's very little space on the west side, the west elevation facing the turnaround. It's only a few feet from the turnaround to the door, and on the north side we have the NPS boundary, so we really couldn't have made it work over there. We've done our best to try to minimize the overall length of the ramp, to have it arrive at the new historic wood porch at the farthest west bay, and also to align as much as possible with the new porch construction to minimize its overall bulk and look. Here's a close-up detail of the plan. So you see the sort of elbow of the concrete ramp coming up, the ADA ramp jumping off at the landing, going up to the turn radius, and then turning to enter the porch in the farthest westernmost bay. Also the mechanical equipment area sort of tucked into the very southwest corner of the building as well. This is a view from the east elevation and a view from the west elevation, showing how the Core 10 screen will look on the ramp. This also shows the Core 10 being used as part of the enclosure around the mechanical. And this is probably the most prominent elevation of the ramp, showing the Core 10 screen on the ADA ramp on the south elevation. So here's an axonometric sort of blow-up of the ramp. The detailing of this was probably the thing we spent the most on, trying to come up with something that was different from the new porch, but also something that read as its own element and non-historic. So essentially what we have is a steel panned concrete ramp. There'll be an LED strip of lights underneath the handrail. We're proposing a stainless steel handrail. And there will be a structural steel frame that's attached to the outside of the concrete ramp. And then a Core 10 steel guardrail or sort of screen that's mounted to the structural frame. You can see it in plan elevation in the top right. Essentially, it's a piece of Core 10 that's been bent into an angle. And there's, as I mentioned, we've discussed it a lot in the office, but we saw this as a feature that will weather over time, will soften, and we hope it will sort of fade into the background. We want it to not detract from the overall appearance of the new porch. We sort of want the historic restoration to really sing. But this is the necessity to make the building accessible. So we're trying to find the best approach to screen the new ramp in a way that doesn't compete with the porch, but also shows itself as something distinct and separate from the historic porch, and in something of a new vocabulary that shows itself as a modern element. A couple final slides before I close up. This shows all the window replacements that we're planning to do. We are making a distinction on the ground floor of having weight and chain, and on the upper floors that we tracks, spring-loaded tracks. The theory behind that is if the upper spaces are occupied more frequently than the lower spaces, that we want something that's going to be functional and kind of stand up to the wear and tear over time. As I mentioned before, the casement windows of the basement will be replaced with sort of similar to what's there now. It's a true wood divided light window. Again, we spent quite a number of hours looking for products that we think fit, and this is the one we've chosen. So we're pleased with how it looks, and we think it's really remains true to the building in terms of its detailing. We really wish we could have saved the historic windows, but they were just in too tough condition. Finally, I'll show you the proposed interior that we're considering. So this is part of the rendering that was done at the beginning of the project. The architect has a concept called kintsugi, which is essentially trying to keep the fragmented pieces of the building intact and then knitting them together with new materials. So you see the dark line running down the center, that's the existing party wall for the building that separates it into two halves. The material detailing on the inside will retain a darker strip of wood or metal that will denote where those walls were. You can also see where the walls separating the living room and dining rooms on each floor were. So we're trying to keep the spirit of the original house and reveal the original layout while also trying to make it a thoroughly modern space that we can use in a variety of different ways. And finally, actually I didn't make it up, but if you look at the back of the windows, there are the door examples that we had studied for the various buildings in Nolan Park to determine how to approach the detailing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Are there any questions? Yes, Maya.
I just had one about the east elevation, in the entrance. Back to that, I was gonna say, yeah, when you look at it, it seems rather vertical. And the windows here don't look as much like harbor windows, but originally it had more horizontal look as the windows were sort of like this, a double window on each side. I just wondered about the program. It looks a little vertical to me, but if you look at the elevation of the entire building.
You want me to go back to the slide that has everything kind of shown together?
Yeah, that's good.
The windows are roughly the same size as what you see on the second floor. And the same on this, what you would find on the north and south elevations as well. I think they roughly approximate the size of the windows. We are centering them in the column base so that they're visible.
I was just thinking originally it looked like they were larger in the original house and gave them more horizontal look to
The tough thing is in the historic photographs, it's really hard to make out what the door window spacing was in the original. And we actually think in the 34 photograph, they'd already converted it to a two-family because you have two doors in the window.
Yeah.
So this is the hardest part of trying to design a new facade is that literally everything that was there before was obliterated with 36. So we've just tried to draw elements from the neighborhood of Nolan Park as well as from the detail on the building to really come up with our best approach for that facade.
Yeah, I thought it might also have to do with the interior program. I mean, like, obviously the symmetry is good, I mean, it's desirable, and I just was curious about sort of the size and shape of those lower windows on that floor. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes. What's the reason for the choice of materials on the ADA ramp?
As I mentioned, we were thinking of it as something that was distinct and unique from the wood porch balustrade elements. We were looking at something that would weather over time, that would sort of soften over time. Perhaps, do you want to jump in and just say a couple words? This is Mark Gardner, our architect, from Jackson Gardner Architects.
Yeah, let's step up to the microphone. Oh, sure.
Hi, I'm Mark Gardner from Jacobs Gardner Architects. What we were trying to do is actually create the distinction between the old and new, not to try to, not something to try to replicate what we're doing on the, on the restoration of the porch, but create an element that's clearly an addition that was modern, but still kept the sort of the rhythm of what's going on in the porch. We actually use the balustrade division between the space, the void, the space between the balustrades to actually create the spacing on the porch angles so that it does feel like it has a similar rhythm to it. And then to what Matt said, something that we felt would sort of weather and soften over time. We looked at different materials. We looked at it white even, just as a white painted metal, and it felt too much like it was calling attention to itself and in competition with the porch. And so this was, we thought this was a good solution.
As a follow-up, is it, there's a 4-inch rule here? In other words, do you really need that? I mean, I forget the code issues, but.
We do want a guardrail, yeah.
I know you need a guardrail, but you need it to be, 4 inch.
Because of the height that it's going.
Okay.
Yes.
Often I know that in the city, when we have less height, maybe we don't have exactly, you just have the rail. Okay, thank you.
Oh, one thing I wanted to add to the previous question, we did find on the front, we did a probe and found the sill height where the old window was, and so we are aligned with the old sill height where it was in the wall.
Okay, any other questions? Testimony? Kelly Carroll?
Good afternoon, Historic District Council, Kelly Carroll. HDC applauds the restoration of this house and the choice to unify it visually as a single building again, with a formal, centered entryway. The restoration is based on historic evidence, and the attention to detail is evident from the reconstruction of the porch to the painted wood double hung windows. We are curious about the choice to not return the fan-shaped panel originally located above the third-story center window, which solidified the symmetry of this elegant facade. The committee requests that the applicant explore a more sympathetic material other than Corten steel for the ADA ramp, as it appears a bit severe adjacent to the serene yellow fabric house. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we have a resolution from Community Board 1 saying most of the elements are impressive and contextual and historically accurate. However, certain parts are unacceptable, especially the overwhelming, unnecessarily intrusive ADA ramp. And they mentioned the Corten steel. The proposed shutters should be darker color. The front door handles are modern design, and that despite cost concerns, the proposal to change the lattice at the base from wood to brick is unfortunate. So they recommend approval after these issues are addressed. So would you like to respond to some of these issues?
Sure. Why don't you read them off one by one and I'll try to go through. Sorry.
So I think, the question of the material and design of the room, which we heard other testimony about, the shutters need to be darker color, the door handles, they find modern design. We don't typically look at hardware as much, but you can certainly respond to that. And then the brick lattice as opposed to a wood lattice.
So, I mean, I'll speak to the porch handles. I mean, we have to create an ADA accessible entrance. Most of the porch handles that exist in Lake Park or Doorknobs, they're just not accessible. So, I mean, we think we're putting our best foot forward with this, and we think it's something that's welcoming. And the door is new. I mean, it should read as a new element. I mean, we're trying to create a historic look. The porch lattice work, that's a tough one. I mean, there is no existing wood there now. It's long ago disappeared. The problem we face is if you go to, so currently you have an access hatch here, an access hatch here. There's brick lattice work here. There's brick lattice work here as well. And then sort of plain brick. But remember, our new staircase is coming in here. The brick lattice work also wraps along the north and south side. So in going backwards to a wood, it's a lot of subtraction from an element that's been there for 75, 80 years. And so we did talk about it, but we actually, as a design element, it's an interesting part of the overall evolution of the building over time. So that's why we've continued it. And we think actually, in doing so, we've created sort of an interesting architectural element that contributes to the overall.
Okay. And then they had concerns about the length and the material of the ramp, which we talked a lot about already. Any other questions? Okay, so I think we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye. Not just what we looked at now is the sort of aspects of that being handled at staff level, but I think that the ramp and the mechanical equipment are the main features. And then the porch restoration, while it's a restoration, is changing the configuration of the entrance in a way that is sort of interpretive. And so just talk about that as well.
Well, I guess I did not respond to any of those. It was noted that the demolition of the garage had previously been approved, so...
We should discuss that as well, even though it was previously approved. It was, I suppose it was under a report, the previous election, so there is no expiration date, so typically that approval has not expired.
Okay, well, I'm pretty much okay with the entire program, with the exception of that redesigning it, the ADA ramp. It does sort of stand out too much for me. And I understand that they were trying to distinguish it from the building, but typically, generally speaking, we try not to call attention to the ADA ramps, and we try to tweak things so that they're less and less visible. As they have to have a kind of material that should meet the code. I think it should be as visible. In contrast.
Add to that and say I agree too. I thought the words in the description by the architect were very eloquent, and the words are all right, but somehow the end product seems not appropriate, and I'm not sure what it is. As a designer myself, I think it's a hard thing to pull off. I understand the struggles that you went through to try to get it right. It seems over-designed away, and I don't know. I'm not going to try to design it here either, but I find that it's not the right approach yet.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the grant it really just should be as simple as possible and compatible with the existing materials. I could even go ahead with it, just a simple ramp like we would normally see without any screening. But if it's going to be screening, I think there should be some upward or something it's more reasonable with the house. And the brick around the base, I think, because it was used before and because there's some lattice with it. I actually had a grandmother at a house that was somewhat similar to this, and the wood latticing, but just since it's got some openness to it, I think it would be fine. So I can approve it except for the ramp.
Yeah, just another point. I really applaud your strategy of using a 5%, therefore no handrail ramp up to a point. And I'm just wondering, could you extend that at 5%, maybe growing squirrels around the site? I don't know. Probably it wouldn't work, but I just think that's worth at least looking at to see if you could get rid of the ramp, so to speak, altogether, and the handrail by having it all at 5%.
I also think that the modification of the front entrance is fine. I think that's a good step forward.
Yes.
First of all, I want to commend you for the good work in bringing the project back to its original historic condition. It's going to be beautiful. And the program that you're going to do is extremely exciting. We're not commenting on the inside, but it's like a fantastic space for what you want to accomplish. I'm in agreement about modifying the ramp so that it is, if not more compatible, at least less contrasting. It really sticks out, but I also felt when I was looking at some of the other views that it seemed like it was pulled out a little bit from the building, and I think it would be helpful if it was tucked in a little more, because you don't really want it to detract from, ends up unintentionally detracting from the floor if you go there.
Okay, so I think that this is a really fantastic project, and I think we're down to just figuring out the ground. And so we won't take any action today. We'll have you come back as quickly as you can. But in terms of thinking about that ramp, I would think about the location. Is there a way to tuck it in a little bit closer to the building and maybe engage in that and the porch, or from the porch out just a bit to connect to it? And also think about materials and finish and try to simplify it so that it is quieter and less contrasting and more compatible with materials and building and the surrounding buildings. So we'll see you back very soon.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 7. This is LPC 19-17112, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of road at Hatton Block 613, Lot 62, 173 7th Avenue South in the Greenwich Village Historic District. A restaurant building built in the 1960s. The application is to legalize painting the facade and installing signage without LPC permits, and to install additional signage and establish a master plan for the installation of painted wall signs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, from the NYC Municipal Preservation staff. Going through this presentation. 173 7th Avenue South is located in the west side of 7th Avenue South, at the corner of Perry Street and 7th Avenue South in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The building was constructed in the mid-20th century as a one-story restaurant and later modified to feature a second-story and an enclosed porch. Shown in this photo down the bottom right, you may recall it was Empire Session for a while. And that modification was approved by the Commission in 1977. The proposal is to legalize work that was completed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits and to establish a master plan for an art wall. And I'll walk you through the items that the applicant is requesting to legalize. It's a little confusing. So the first item is they're requesting to legalize painting the entire building white, installing pin-mounted and painted signage at all of the street-facing facades, including an illuminated, internally illuminated signage here, neon signage here, pin-mounted signage here, and painted signage here. These signage and this one are externally illuminated by these light fixtures. The other item we're requesting to legalize is the installation of this awning over this blank wall. This awning is part of the enclosed porch, and it's not part of our review today. The applicant is proposing to replace this neon sign with halo-lit pin-mounted lettering illustrated here. And then finally, the art wall. The proposal is for the art to be rotated twice annually and will feature black lettering on a white background and highlighted with a variety of colors. And the art is available for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for the architect? We'll take testimony when they come back. Nancy Paisley?
Thank you. My name is Nancy Paisley. I live a few blocks from this location, and I'm very concerned with the integrity of the Greenwich Village Historic District, which is important to those of us who live there and really important to the whole city. This building, although it's a relatively new building and on a commercial avenue, is clearly totally out of context with the historic district. The graffiti on the wall to the left there is oversized and garish. The daytime photos on Perry Street do not show you the additional neon signs that they have. They said they would take them down, but they have not. And frankly, they would look better in Times Square, if not Las Vegas, not Greenwich Village. The awning there over the graffiti, they are using to shelter sidewalk tables for which they have no permit, and also a loudspeaker which is never permitted outside. I realize this is not part of your brief here, but I think it shows the attitude of these folks. You have the report from the community board, which was strongly opposed, and I understand you have submissions opposing in writing from the community, including my own, and I believe someone from the Historical Society is also going to speak. I urge you to also, the community board said the white paint was fine with them. I have concerns that a plain white wall will just attract more graffiti that will remain there. We do not want this in our area. We do not need this. The previous building was, if not an architectural gem, it was inconspicuous and blended in. This sticks out like a sore thumb, and I urge you to reject it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Louisa Winchell?
Hello, Louisa Winchell from Village Preservation. Village Preservation finds what seems to be a blatant disregard for the landmarks process extremely troubling, and blessing these changes after the fact would be tantamount to encouraging disregard for the landmarks review procedure. Equally troubling are both some of the changes executed and some of those proposed. There is an overabundance of signage, both existing and proposed, which is excessive and unnecessary. By far, the most egregious part of the application is the art wall on the 7th Avenue South facade. And in spite of the fact that the LPC issued the violation, among others, for this garish sign in 2018, it has remained in place. This has absolutely no place in the Greenwich Village Historic District and should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christabel Goff?
Christabel Goff, Brother Society for the Architecture of the City. It is a sad commentary on our times that Greenwich Village, which once housed studios, clubs, salons, hangouts, and showplaces for Winslow Homer, Frederick Church, Albert Bierstadt, Martin Johnson Heath, William Merritt Chase, Worthington Whitridge, Emmanuel Moitzet, Samuel F.B. Morris, Edward Hopper, John Sloan, Robert Henry, William Blackens, Everett Shinn, John Lafarge, J. Allen Weir, John Henry Twaddon, Eastman Johnson, George Innes, Augustus St. Gaudens, George Lukes, Arthur B. Davis, Ernest Lawson, Maurice Prendergast, George Bellows, Marston Hartley, Marcel Duchamp, Charles Demuth, William de Kooling, Franz Klein, Barnett Newman, Jane Freidecker, Helen Frankenthaler, Ed Reinhardt, Joan Mitchell, Larry Rivers, Mark Roscoe, and Jackson Pollock, among others. That Greenwich Village, in terms of art, now offers us the art wall shown in this application should be denied.
Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC found the cumulative amount of signage excessive for this highly visible corner location. It's important to note that art murals cited in the application are different than murals used for advertising. The former offers a public benefit, the latter a private interest. Celebrating its 50th anniversary, Greenwich Village and Historic District are nearly synonymous, and it is puzzling that work without permits occurs in this neighborhood at all, especially of this scale. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. We do have a resolution from the Manhattan Community Board 2 that recommends denial of all of the signs and mechanical equipment, approval of the white color for the facades, and requests that any proposed modifications to the building be submitted to Community Board 2 for its review and recommendation prior to a hearing at LPC. Okay, would you like to respond to the comments? I think they were largely about the amount and type of signage, and I know we're not addressing the mechanical equipment today, but the white color, while supported by the community board, it might be nice to address that as well.
Steve D'Ambrosio from Casa Architecture. Basically with the signage, we looked up the DOB, what is allotted for a corner lot in this type of district, in the zoning district. And the amount of square feet allotted to us for a corner lot is 300 square feet. I calculated all the signage, including the art wall, the signage on Perry Street, also on both those, as well as art wall, as well as the proposed hail-lit sign. And we came under the 300 square feet. A lot of us came to around 285 square feet. So we are in a as far as the DOB goes, we are okay with signage as far as the square footage of it.
Okay, so, you know, historic districts, every neighborhood has a certain zoning, and historic districts have another layer, which is appropriateness. And so regardless of the underlying zoning, we have to evaluate that. So I have a question. Did you know that the building was in a historic district and what your responsibilities were at the time that you did this work?
Well, we took over this application after the work was done, my firm.
Any other questions?
Are you replacing the windows?
No.
The glazing?
No.
So it's still, is it mirrored or is it dark?
It's dark.
But it was mirrored at some point, right?
It
But
was.
it's no longer, the upper story.
When we got the building, we never modified any windows. So that used to be.
Hi guys, how are you? I'm the owner of Baby Rasa. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. We've clearly changed a bit the building. I just want to let everybody know that the baby on your sign is this art wall. It is the most Instagram mural in New York. I mean, I understand this is a millennial term. I am a millennial. But for people that don't know what Instagram is, it's the biggest social platform. And New York Magazine named this art wall the biggest wall in New York on last year. So that means not only we're bringing foot traffic to 7th Avenue South, which was completely abandoned for a long time. I mean, when I got this building, there was a sex store, like a sex shop right in front, so it was kind of a grungy area to walk by, but that's why we created the mural. Because I see some people don't know what the sex store I'm talking about. It was called Fantasyland, and it was in the corner of 7th Avenue South and Greenwich, for people that don't know. So by us creating this mural, we really have created a big traffic. If you guys go to Instagram, you can see that the mural has more than 45,000 posts. And we get about between, 30 and 50 people a day taking pictures of the mural. It's also on 7th Avenue South, and as Steven said, we have, according to the DOB, we have, it's part of the signage. We also change the sign every 6 months, and we do it always with an artist called Bergen Fancy that is right now part of the Whitney Museum committee. So he is an up and rising star, just like Jackson Pollock was at some point. So he is also part of the new museum committee, and he has 4 works being exhibited right now. So he is an artist on the rise. This is not considered graffiti. He doesn't do graffiti anywhere in New York or ever has done it. And he only has billboards across New York. New York City Link, which is this platform that is, you've probably seen it, it's TVs all over the city, have now his work. And, if you probably recognize it, says nowhere I'd rather be, that's, New York clearly, and there's nowhere like New York. So these are 2 pieces that are being exhibited right now. He's a huge artist, and we change the mural every 6 months. We've had Burn Baby Burn, I Feel You Baby, Baby I'm Yours, and now we have I Feel You Baby, and now we have a new one which is called Maybe Baby. So we always play with the baby factor. It is super great for the neighbors. We understand that some people are opposed to it, but we also have a lot of neighbors that love it. And hopefully we are able to approve something like art, which is part of what the Greenwich Village society, what the Greenwich Village kind of like district really is about. Empowering art. We're a couple of blocks away from Stonewall, and the history of Stonewall is also a lot about artists, and it's very interesting. We have a very artistic crowd in the restaurant that really come because of what we've done with the building. As far as signage, the reason why we have so much signage is because the building is located in a weird position. This first Baby Brasa sign really faces 7th Avenue. So unless you are looking directly across the street from it, you're not able to see the signage. As far as the signage in the back, if you are on Greenwich Street, you're not able to see any signage. I mean, and that's, if you're coming from the avenue on an angle, you're able to see that maybe as a sign, but otherwise, it will be impossible. I mean, it is a lot of signage, but there's no other way to see it, just because, as you can see, the top part of the building is positioned kind of in an angle, so we don't have kind of a prime look to the signage. And yeah, that's basically it. Any questions?
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so, paint color, signage, and the awning above the mural and the master plan for the mural. So those are the four components we need to comment on today. Who would like to start? Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say that, you know, 7th Avenue South is definitely a commercial thoroughfare cut through the street really good, and it does have a different character. We have recognized that in other approvals of these sort of similarly constructed kind of large taxpayer buildings that fill the roads on these kind of layer lots where the avenue cut through. And so we have reflected and acknowledged the commercial character of 7th Avenue South. So the question is, do the components here cumulatively go even beyond the character of 7th Avenue South?
I agree with what you said, and I'm convinced by your presentation.
John, did you want to say?
Yeah, as you might imagine, I'm completely the opposite. The white paint is fine, otherwise I'm out.
So the signage, it's the cumulative of, do you think reducing the signage would make you comfortable, or no?
Reducing is it had a very large meaning.
Okay. Yes,
I nostalgically remember this building. I think at one time it was Chinese restaurant. It had been converted back and forth. And I can't repeat this, the proposing, but the signage at the top of the building, signage on the other street at the top, that's kind of okay. The larger sign, I really just can't buy the larger sign on the front. The mural. That part I wonder, and why does it need an awning over it? The sign with awning, it just doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, traditionally awnings were over certain openings, like walls.
Yeah, I can buy into the signage around the other parts of the building, I think, but I'm also against the mural. I'm not sure who or why. I don't really care who painted it or how famous they are or how many people come to take pictures of it. It's inappropriate right here, even in a pretty raucous environment, in my judgment. And the awning above it is, I think as testimony suggests, it has another ulterior purpose, and regardless, it's inappropriate. And I'll point out, I mean, the building has been painted white. In my order of magnitude, the more beautiful a building is, the lighter it can be. The less beautiful a building is, the darker it should be. So I would not have approved the white color, and if others are going along with it, I can accept it, I suppose, because paint is changeable.
Yes, Diana.
You know, if I made up my mind about everything, but I think that the color is acceptable. I think that, you know, it's just, at this point, it's sort of a vocabulary looking like it's in, you know, sunny country or something with the awning and so forth. And it's kind of by itself, and it's kind of 7th Avenue, so you see it sort of fits with, the color sort of fits with the building in a way, just because it's, and especially inside with the greenery, it looks with a sign that looks, as I said, like it's in a tropical island or something. But anyway, I definitely don't think there should be an awning over the sign. It creates, I mean, the art mural. And yeah, it's noted artist, and it is a different thing. I'm usually in favor of art signs. I'm a little conflicted about this. It's because it makes a very, very strong statement, which is good for an artist usually. And I think part of it's for me is what the thing that they decided to do, which was connected to their establishment by using baby continuously. If it was using other slogans, or if it was just a colorful mural, I don't know if we'd have the same reaction, because we'd kind of say, yeah, it's cool seeing that art mural. Here you sort of see, like, I'm seeing another sign advertising the place, and that's not what it is. But with the awning and with using baby always as and we don't have jurisdiction unless we say it's a sign and not a sign and not an artwork. We don't have jurisdiction over content. But I think if it was another kind of mural, or if the message did not seem to reinforce and be advertising, that I could be a lot more comfortable with and think, yeah, it's interesting, it's changeable, it doesn't have to be permanent. In fact, it's not permanent, as stated by the applicant. As far as the signage on the back and I guess it's the side, yeah. I think it's acceptable. It could be a little smaller and still be effective, I think. But it's black and white. It's not too, whatever. I know they're looking for a sign in the front as well, right?
Yeah, the sign at the top, there's a backlit.
Yes, I can't see it very good.
There's a big sign on the south side.
Yeah, we don't know what it looks like at night. I guess, but it's
backlit. We do approve that.
It's soft. So that's where I'm at, I guess. I would have to see some changes in it, but I could approve.
Just to be clear, the current building is used as art wall signage, but as you know, we don't regulate the content of signs.
I'm with,
We could say it could be, whatever. There might be some way to deal with that. No?
I'm with Diana. This is not, I'm sure that Michelangelo did things that weren't art. I'm sure that Van Gogh did things that weren't art. I think if you're hired to do something where you have to use the company's name as part of the product, that's not necessarily art. I think that's advertising. And as such, I think that I would feel that the DOB's evaluation is correct. This is not like the mural on that Cuban restaurant on the West Side. It's not like a number of other places where we've seen artwork associated with restaurants. It's, it's a sign, and as such, I don't think that it's an appropriate sign for the village. I think that the white is okay for the flat surfaces, but not for the storefront. I think the storefront is very similar to many other 1980s, 90s vintage greenhouse editions. The white just makes it look cheaper than it needs to, and I would say they should try to go back to something darker. I think the sign over the name of the 7th Avenue South facade is okay. I think the signs facing south are too big and too numerous. I think you gotta pick one. Just because one has people coming from multiple directions doesn't mean that each one of them deserves a sign. I think that certainly as you get further around the corner and you start to face more residential environments, I think it's appropriate to have signs of that scale.
So I would ask that number 2 there, I think is problematic. I think even the brick wall in the sharp white might not be the best idea. I don't think we would have approved it. Had staff had added, I don't think we would have gotten this one.
Sarah, do they have a blade sign also on the one side?
One could apply for a blade sign. There is, I don't think there's that door on the south side. It's not really an entrance. But well, that's something that could be considered in another application. Michael?
It's such a wacky building to begin with. A little hard to make it dignified, but I do agree that I think the white is a little bit drastic. To be toned down a little bit, that would be an issue. With regard to Baby on Yours, I don't know much about art, but I know what I like. And if I saw that thing sitting out on the sidewalk, I would drag it home because I would see it as a piece of art, and my wife, again, would threaten to divorce me. Nevertheless, I don't necessarily see that as signage any more than many other things I've seen in the city. When you walk down and see the Caliente Cab Company, it makes me cringe every time I go by it. There's no denying that that's a sign. So what annoys me about this is the supplemental awning over the artwork. And I agree with Michael about too much signage on the back of this thing. I think the color could be toned down a little bit on the right.
Maybe there's a lot going on here. And probably none of it we wouldn't have heard it if we hadn't had the chance. But I think I'm fine with the south-facing sign. I'm very torn about the art wall, because I think on one hand it is sort of, kind of a fun art wall, but there is that part of it that just sort of says it's all about the restaurant. So not really keen on that, and I definitely don't think the awning over it is appropriate. I like Michael's golden suggestion of making the storefront darker color. That would help ameliorate the light.
Thank you. I don't have that much to say. I actually agree with some comments here. Yeah, I do want to say that I applaud the concept of incorporating art into, your project, your restaurant. It's a wonderful thing. As Christabel Goff said, she quoted a long list of amazing artists that created art within the village, who really have had a positive impact on the artistic landscape and some of them on just in general the landscape of the city. And it's wonderful to be working with up-and-coming artists. That being said, I happen to agree with comments, and I think both Kim and Michael's comments about the fact that somehow this art seems to have been commercialized. And you have an amazing opportunity. You have a nice space on the side of your building, actually more than one space where you can be putting art if you're working with artists that are really making an impact on the artistic landscape of the city. an amazing opportunity to work with and use those, work with those artists and have them make an impact on the landscape and your building in a way that's going to really be positive and appreciated. I just don't see this as benefiting anyone. I don't even see it as benefiting you. Because frankly, I think that it kind of cheapens the concept of what you're inherently trying to accomplish with your restaurant. Your restaurant is about organic, Peruvian food. That's a great thing. This, not only, I think this doesn't do it, it turns it into something a little crasser. I also feel like you have had the opportunity to take a building that's not so good looking and try to do something to it so that, again, it becomes a fixture within the landscape that is adding to the context, not detracting from the context. And I am so sorry to say, but I think this detracts from the context of the historic district and even a commercial landscape that's kind of all over the place. You could really add to it in a punchy vocabulary if you wanted to stand out a little bit, that people can truly admire instead of one that they detract.
Just to understand, you're saying.
It's not your fault, excuse me. So I'm not in favor of the art in this format. I'm not in favor of the color. I agree about the eliminating coverage of the art. I like to talk about the signage, particularly the signage on one that's going to be South Connect. Well, not that one.
Sorry, Jean, what did you say about the color? You don't like the white, okay.
This is a nice logo. It's a really attractive logo. I don't know, I can appreciate that you feel that you need signage on 7th Avenue South. It doesn't relate to this in any way. And I'm just feeling like, maybe you could have fixed some kind of signage that on 7th Avenue South that really this is what Brandon's all about. You want to create a particular logo, and then you want to use it again.
You might know what branding's all about.
Well, because we didn't know. I think you didn't. Thank you, but this is my time. And then finally, so that would be my recommendation in terms of the signage on 7th Avenue South. And then I don't think the other signage is necessary.
Okay, so I'm going to try to consolidate all of this. I think sort of unanimously disapprove or support the awning over the mural. And I think that we are mixed on the paint, but we do not have 6 as is for the white. Some people are okay with something kind of white if the storefront were darker or if the white is toned down. So I think there's somewhere to go with it, but not quite at this moment. And then in terms of the overall signage, I think that some people are okay with it and other people feel that it's too much, but I do think that with the elimination of the sign sort of on the east side, the third sign, I think we'd have actually 6 votes for this, and that in the south sign and then the sign facing south. And then with the mural, again, we're sort of mixed. I think that some people object to it completely, others think it's fine, and many find that a mural would be appropriate in this district. We have seen other ground floor murals that relate to storefronts, but that there's something too commercial about this. So I think because it's a violation, should we actually sort of deny the proposal
as it is, should we accept, or should we, I guess we could approve it in pieces, but then I think it makes it harder for us to look at it cumulatively the next time we have to look at other parts that come back to us.
I think it might make sense, this is his first time here, so maybe there's no action to come back in a very short time period, and then we can act on the whole thing.
So, normally if work has been done in violation, we actually deny it so that we can ensure that you're going to continue through the process of addressing it. But I think in this case, there are a diverse set of opinions on these 4 different components, and I think for your benefit, but also for ours, we want to, I think, revisit this cumulatively. So we'll keep it open, but we will make sure that we are on top of you to make sure that you come back in a timely manner to address the comments. Okay. So you can talk to the staff afterwards, and we'll see you again at the next couple of meetings.
Okay, we're moving to item number 8. LPC 19-38221, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 526, Lot 66, 186 Sullivan Street, in the Google Sullivan Gardens Historic District. A Reba style house built in 1850 and later altered with a neo-federal style doorway designed by Francis Joannis and Maxwell Hyde in 1920. The application is to legalize the painting facade without LPC permits and to repaint the doorway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Agricultural Preservation staff. I'll be walking you through this presentation, and then if you have questions at the end, the architect is here to answer them for you, okay? So the application is to repaint the front facade here and the rear facades of the building at 186 Sullivan Street. These are designation photos. This is 186 here, and then here as well. So this was painted blue without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. So the building is located on the west side of Sullivan Street in the McDougal-Sullivan Gardens Historic District. At the time of designation of the Historic District, the buildings on Sullivan Street and McDougal Street featured painted facades. And at that time, the building at 186 Sullivan, again here, was painted a red color. So the proposal before you, here are some contextual photos of entrances and buildings on McDougal Street. The proposal before you is to repaint the building a lighter color blue than what exists today. Repaint the base white and the sills and lintels white, and to repaint the door surrounds white, and then the door itself a darker blue. The rear, the proposal is to repaint the gray color, sort of this yellow color, maintain the sills and lintels, the gray color. Here are some architectural photos of the rear facades. And here's the color scheme, essentially. So here's what the current blue is, and here's the paint chip to show the change in the color of the blue that we're proposing. And then, of course, the white trim and your dark blue and your yellow over here. So if you have questions, the applicant is here to answer them.
Would you like to add anything?
My name is Raul Gardner, and the only thing I would add is that our clients actually bought the building in 2017, though non-conforming work was done by the former owner. And so they are undergoing a fairly extensive renovation of the interior, and we already have approval for replacing the windows. So that work is underway. As a matter of fact, there's scaffolding in front of the building to assist with the window restoration work, replacement work that's going on. The painting on the building currently is in terrible shape. I don't know when it was done, but it looks like it was done at least 10 years ago. And so something needs to be done regardless. The community board, when we presented it, asked for us to do it a lighter shade of blue. Our clients were perfectly fine with painting it to match the original. They thought that was the easier thing to do for approval. To make it a lighter shade is fine. They happen to like the blue color. It's sort of fresh in the neighborhood, and if you look along McDougal Street, there's a lilac building, there's a black building on Sullivan down the way, there's very vibrant yellow both on McDougal and on Sullivan. And so there is a blue facade building on McDougal. There's also a blue interior facade, the courtyard side, one of them is blue too. It's just sort of a fresh color, and I think that's the only thing. It's a little distinctive, and so they don't want to blend in quite with the crowd, but they're not really trying to stand out either.
And Abby, I think that the lavender building and the black building were both approved by this commission.
Yes, absolutely. I think this one,
The history of colorful facades in this district. So we'll take testimony. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? We have the resolution from Community Board 2, recommending denial of the blue color unless it is softened, as we talked about, and approval of the white entryway and dark blue front door and yellow color of the rear. Are there any final questions for the applicant? Okay, can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So, I mean, I think, normally the commission discourages painting brick facades and masonry facades. In this case, the buildings have a long history of having been painted and painted in a variety of colors. And it's really good the commission has previously approved other colors that didn't reflect the underlying masonry in the district. So, the blue, they're proposing a lighter blue than the existing. So what do you think?
Personally, I think the original, the blue looks just fine. I mean, I don't see why it's more better. Besides the fact that New York City is going to get, dust and dirt, and it's not like bright blue or something. No, so it's I'm not clear on why the community board thought it was whatever.
I thought also the palette, even with the lavender, the palette on the block is subdued.
Yeah.
So the original blue works very well with it. So it is a little surprising.
Yeah, it seems less, I mean, it seems more subdued than, of course, rendering something else.
So here we are at that point where when someone says to me, if I get my building landmark, I'm not going to be able to paint it the color. A year of soot and the blue will be no problem. I think it's fine.
All right, so I think everyone agrees that the blue is appropriate in this case.
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I can get magnificently along with that.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Go for it.
In the matter of 186 Sullivan Street, a Greek Revival style house built in 1850 and later altered with neo-federal style doorway designed by Francis Y. Jones and Maxwell Hyde in 1920. Application is to legalize the painting of a facade without landmarks preservation commission permits and to repaint the building. I note that that building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the McDougal-Sullivan Gardens Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that there is a long history of varied paint colors on row house facades on both McDougal Street and Sullivan Street in this historic district, that the house was painted at the time of designation, and that the proposed light blue painted facade and white painted base, sills, and lintels is a palette in keeping with the variety of historic and modern painted facades throughout the historic district, including some with contrasting colors at the base and trim. That the pale yellow finish proposed for the rear facade is in keeping with the variety of colors found on the rear facades in this historic district and will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the work is reversible and that the proposed work will not conceal any significant architectural features or diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
Okay,
next item is number 9, it's LPC 19-37355, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 996, lot 21, 123 West 43rd Street, Town Hall, individual landmark. A neo-federal-style social hall and clubhouse designed by Tunis J. Van Bergen of the Kennedy White, 1921. The application is to install lighting.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Hagan, Preservation Staff. This item is 123 West 43rd Street, also known as the Town Hall, an individual landmark located on the north side of 43rd Street between 6th Avenue and Broadway. The application before you today is to install light fixtures at the facade and the existing marquee. The Commissioners are reviewing this item today because the proposed facade light fixtures are visible from the street, and the proposed marquee lighting adds additional visible fixtures to the existing marquee lighting. And the applicants are here to walk you through the proposal and to answer any questions. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Peterson from Pickens Place Barton Partners. We are here to show you a proposal for new facade lighting at Town Hall. Just a little background for those who may not be familiar with the Town Hall. It was built by the League for Political Education, which was a pro-women suffrage group who fought for passage of the 19th Amendment. During their fight for suffrage, they realized that the city was lacking a meeting space for people of all classes and backgrounds who could come and get educated on important social and political issues of the day. The design of Town Hall was meant to reflect their democratic principles, so there were no box seats on the interior, and the designers worked to make sure that every seat inside had an unobstructed view of the stage. It continues today to act as a meeting place for educational programs, activist gatherings, and it is one of New York City's premier performance spaces. So here's some existing conditions photos of the building. You can see it's mid-block between 6th Avenue and Broadway. The only existing lighting on the building are both these original bulb lights behind this glass skirt on the marquee, as well as a number of hanging pendants, which I'll talk about a little more in a second. At night, this block is actually quite dark, and the building can be surprisingly easy to miss. Here are some historic photos, which just go to show that the building is actually remarkably intact. However, the marquee has seen a few alterations and repairs. These are historic drawings of the marquee. This reflected ceiling plan shows those bulbs I was speaking about, which glowed through the glazed skirt. By the time of designation in 1978, however, this whole outside skirt had been removed. This was replaced in the 1990s. And then these pendants you can see up here were added around the 1940s to add additional light underneath the marquee. So as part of the proposal that you're going to see, additional fixtures are being proposed to enhance the ambient lighting at the base of the building. So the goal of this proposal is to provide a lighting scheme that highlights the important history and mission of the town hall, and also importantly identifies this building in the street. Some of the new fixtures do have a little visibility, but many of them will not be visible. You'll see that the fixtures and the wires are actually quite small, and the architects have minimized the number of penetrations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael Fisher from Rockland.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to present to you today. So, as Lindsay said, this is the existing facade, which has its mission statement blazoned on the center of the facade. But it has no lighting on the facade, and it's being only a half block away from Times Square. It's amazingly hidden from that view. So we're looking to sort of, in a fairly simple way, highlight the facade elements, the primary facade elements. We will uplight the cornice at the very top. We will uplight the main body of the brick from a sort of a stone course that's horizontal above the arches. We will highlight the niches within the facade, the two flanking niches flanking the central plaque. We will add the marquee lighting that Lindsay was mentioning. We will also uplight the little arches, the window arches just above the marquee. And then we will light the plaque actually from a position across the street with the help of a very friendly board across the street. So this sort of shows sort of the baseline lighting for the facade. It's actually quite simple. We're highlighting the stone in a white light, and then we will sort of try to sort of complement that white light on the white stone on the brick by sort of adjusting the RGB color of those fixtures. We are actually talking to the town hall about the possibility of, for special events on individual nights, of actually adding some color to correspond with whatever's happening that night. And I want to note that this is not meant to be a kinetic thing, it's just something that's just for a specific night or event. And then going through the individual locations, the cornice, it's a small sort of 2-inch square fixture that would run along the base of the cornice and uplight that component. And then in and around the niche and that sort of horizontal stone course, we have one light fixture, which this is really sort of addressing the fixture that's uplighting the brick for the sort of the main body of the facade. And then for the marquee itself, in addition to the existing globe pendants that hang in front of the doorways, we're proposing sort of smaller 9-inch globes that would fit within the coppers, the individual coppers, and just provide sort of more appropriate lighting at the entrance onto the sidewalk. And then replacing the existing lamps around the perimeter of the marquee behind the glass with LED replacement bulbs. Again, potentially with the opportunity of changing, having a color for a specific event. And then there's a series of small fixtures, and Lindsay mentioned that they are small. This is one of them. It's quite small. And this is actually the size of the wire, the low voltage wire that we would be running. The drivers for the LEDs would be inside the building, so this is the only wire that comes out. And we would sort of tuck it into along joints and crevices, etc. And then within the arches, the niche itself would be an uplight that would sort of just fill that niche with light. And it's, you'll see in a couple slides from here, that all these pictures are really not visible from the street at all. This fixture is actually lighting the pilasters of the niche. And that picture is about the size of a Tabasco bottle. And it will come in a custom color, so we'll paint it to match the stone. And again, these are more of the sort of uplights within the little window arches above the marquee. And then from across the street, we will have a series of fixtures that will sort of frame the plaque and just light that. We looked at it, trying to light it from the top of the marquee, and the angle was so steep that we would be casting shadows of the border of the plaque onto the plaque itself. So this is a view with the pictures in place. So this actually replicates standing across the street with your back against the building across 43rd Street. Sort of looking along 43rd Street. I mean, you can. There's that little small sort of bottle-sized picture. That's probably the only picture that would be remotely visible.
That extra line, that's the light fixture, the other white, that white line at the top of the corner.
Yeah, there. Yeah. I mean, we looked at actually providing like a metal shield that actually made it more prominent.
Did you ever look at putting lighting on top of marquees for that particular watch?
Again, it's the shadows that would be cast. And the marquee is not continuous all the way across. So what we're trying to do with that is just try to create just an even wash up the brick body of the building. And again, this just shows the collection of the small fixtures that are across that space. And for the niche, we would be, we managed to find a way to trace a path within the building outside of the designated interior to exit the building onto this niche with basically all the low voltage wires, which are the little thin wires. And that would be the horizontal fixture across the brick, as well as the fixtures in and around the niche. And that just sort of shows the location of that penetration. There'd be a similar one on the other side. And that would service all of those fixtures in that vicinity. And that's...
Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? We have a resolution from the Manhattan Community Board 5 recommending approval. If there are no other questions, I'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, these fixtures seem very small and discreetly placed, and tucked within niches of wires and something, so they also discreetly placed. The globes, while our new globes, they relate to the existing globes. Yes.
And just to remind us all, we don't regulate the light itself, just the fixture, right? Right. So that's all we're.
All right. So I think we're good then.
Okay, regarding 123 West 43rd Street, Town Hall, an individual landmark, the application is to install lighting. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed exterior facade lighting consisting of linear light strips and point sources and small spotlights be carefully installed with minimal protrusions, and therefore will not cause irreversible damage to the masonry. The facade light fixtures will be finished to match the adjacent limestone and not call into attention to themselves, that the limestone belt course cornice and arched niches are the most discrete locations for outlets of this facade, which features limited projecting elements to help conceal such fixtures and conduit from view. That the marquee historically featured pendant globe lighting, and that the installation of additional smaller globe lighting within the coffers of the marquee would compatible with existing marquee lighting in terms of scale, material, and finish, and that the raceway lighting within the marquee valence will be with the ability to be programmed is in keeping with the character of the buildings of the theater and performing arts center.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved. Thank you.
Item number 10 is up next, LPC 19-38237. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 897, Lot 209 16th Street in the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. An early Romanesque Revival style church rectory designed by Leopold Eidlitz and built in the early 1850s. The application is to replace the existing playground and alter the front yard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Agricultural Preservation staff, and I present you an application for 209 East 60th Street, also known as the former rectory of St. George Church. It's located between 3rd Avenue and Rutherford Place in the Sullivan Square Historic District. The proposal is to replace the existing playground equipment and paving for the Jack and Jill School that occupies a portion of the rectory. Reverend Jacob Smith, a representative of the school and the church, will introduce the proposal, followed by Alex Hart, the architect of the project.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is the Reverend Jacob Smith, and I'm the rector of the parish of Calvary St. George's. And St. George's Episcopal Church is part of our parish. So you can see Jack and Jill School has been in ministry of the parish of Calvary St. George's for over 60 years. And originally, the Jack and Jill School actually went to the 5th grade. However, the merger of the congregation became preschool and is located in the lower level of the rectory there. The playground was installed over 60 years ago and was a favor of the then rector, Dr. Miller. The playground, though, that was suited for kids in the up to the 5th grade. Now the school is a pre-K preschool, and it's run its course. It's also the children, the brave ones that climb to the top of the slide are very rare and few. A few kids have fallen. And it's just it's a difficult place to have a playground for a preschool. What we hope to do is to take it out and then kind of restore sort of the beautiful courtyard area, and so that it can be used for the parish, as well as to install a smaller playground in the back that can be used and is fitting for kids in pre-K. I'll turn it over to our friends and partners that are working on this to give the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Reverend Smith. My name is Alex Hart with Bergen Landscape Architecture, and we are the landscape architects designing the playground. So I've seen this a few times. It is a very beloved space and has been for a number of years. And so as we were working through the process, we definitely wanted to involve the parents and the leadership of the parish very closely to consider the design and how the space would be used. It's been a fixture of the community for a long time, and it's quite visible on the streets. So we wanted to, even though it is sort of a back street, so we also wanted to make sure the community was involved and had some big discussions with the community board, who really approved it without any problems at all. You can see that the visibility from the street is there, although it's not right up on the street. There's this fence, quite heavy fence, and also quite attractive that's there that will be remaining. We don't want to mess with that at all. But the main feature of the playground itself is this large structure, as Reverend Smith said, put in the 60s, nowhere near current codes in terms of safety, and so we absolutely have to take it out. It's kind of interesting in some ways, but in all of our discussions with the community and the parents, we had pretty much no problems with removing it and putting in something that's more contemporary. Here's some other photos of it. In some ways, it, in addition to some of the safety hazards, it also, yes, so the approach up to the main door, it forms sort of a quasi-wall along there, which was originally intended as planters, but the planters weren't really designed properly, and so they never really worked. So that's in some ways a bit oppressive as you approach the door, so that was something that we wanted to keep in mind as well. At this point, the structure itself is already starting to have some failures in and of itself as well. So in terms of that approach, before we get into the playground proper, we do want to, we're keeping the bluestone paving here. This is kind of the edge of our contract limit, but we will take off that edge and make that a little bit more regular so it's a bit more pleasant to approach. And then here's the design of the playground itself. Obviously we want to maintain a lot of and really increase the amount of play value for children. This is very heavily used every single day. The kids are out there, and so we want to have a place where they can feel safe and also be challenged and have a lot of interest. We've worked with a playground manufacturer, an equipment manufacturer, to make sure it's up to the very latest codes and appropriate for the age of the children that are there. These are pieces that provide a lot of play value in themselves, while also not looking like McDonald's. We want to keep this very more on the sedate side. So in addition to the play equipment in the main area, we are also creating a few pieces around the perimeter, including some storage and a little vegetable garden for the children to plant there so they can see that process. Sort of off to the side, so the slight messiness of gardening is not right up front of the street. A very small play structure here with sort of a storefront for the children to be in. This is an existing memorial tree, and we want to plant that area up. Then also do some plantings along the fence. It did not impact the fence at all, but put some grasses directly behind it, so it provides some partial screen between the children and the people, but also preserves visibility into the playground. Some additional ornamental planting along the side, and then this is where the kids stage in the morning, so we'll leave that as it is. As you saw in the previous pictures, the surfacing itself is completely done. It's past its useful life, and so we need to completely replace that as well. We wanted to utilize colors, which I think you heard is right here. Not a lot about the colors that would be provide sort of a natural look, but then at the same time also provide fun and then mesh with the colors of the building and the neighborhood in general. We went through a lot of different iterations of that and settled on a palette of natural greens that would complement those colors that are existing and also provide sort of a natural looking surface for it. This is a surface that is very state-of-the-art. It's very easy to patch over time, so it'll extend its life and keep it looking good over time. Keeping the color palette muted in other cases, we also have a lot of wood throughout, both in the play equipment and also on the sides. The wood that we're using is actually a thermary ash, so it's very durable. A little more expensive, but we've managed to make it work with the budget so that we can utilize that wood that feels natural and much more comfortable. So some views from the street. And there's that color palette. Again, very muted. The metals would just be charcoal gray that matches well with the color of the thermary ash. And the colors, in some ways, we're calling some of the historic colors, but we feel in a more composed palette. And finally, just a few technical diagrams to illustrate the changes between previous and existing or proposed. So you can see before the dragon area, the sculpture play piece really dominated the space and didn't really allow the congregation to use the space very much for gatherings as it had been historically before the play came in. So we wanted to push the play equipment back into this area where you can still get a lot of play value out of it, and with the patterning on the safety surface, still use the entire space when it's time to play, but then also create a large open area where the congregation can use it for events and have meetings out there with it. Some section views, you can see we're not really changing the profile so much, just the equipment itself. We are introducing some raised topography back within the play equipment itself to provide additional play value. But again, that doesn't really change the height overall of the play equipment that's coming in. Also, it's changing out the lights, which are old and outdated, and we've been requested to change those. This is the piece along the walkway, so you can see there's some storage there that we need to have. And overall, just a nice piece where you can actually see over if you're an adult. So you can keep that safety there, but that as a child, you feel like you're kind of sheltered and enclosed. So that's all we have, and if there's questions, we have to do.
Any questions? We'll take testimony. Anyone would like to speak on this application? Okay. So we do have a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 6, and they do not object to granting this approval. Okay, so if there are other questions, we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Any thoughts on this? No rule of historic projects. Equipment has been there for a long time, so this would be updating equipment for a use they had in the cities for a long time. And materials also regulated. Sign everybody? Yes. All right, so my contribution.
Matter 216th Street, Untitled Chapter District. An application to replace the existing playground and alter the front yard. Recommend approval, finding that the existing playground was later alteration in the front yard installed prior to designation. The current play equipment is in poor condition and does not meet code requirements or the needs of the school. But the proposed playground will be installed within the footprint of the existing playground. The only small section of bluestone paving will be removed. The existing bluestone pathway will be retained and reset. That the proposed planters, benches, and play structure will be simply designed to modest in scale, allow natural wood or muted green finish that is blended with the area away. With the green rubber paving will control the color of plantings and will not call undue attention to the installation. And the proposed alterations will not detract from the significant features of the building, the site, or Stuyvesant Square Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And that's approved. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to close the day with a presentation of our public meeting item. Item number 1, LPC 19-34639, an application for a certificate of appropriateness to throw on Latin Block 1200, Lot 262 Central Park West, the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The neo-Renaissance style apartment building designed by Sullivan and Bergen in 1927 and 28. The application is to replace windows. This was last presented at a public hearing of March 12, 2019. No action was taken at that time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Hagan, Preservation Staff. This item before you is 262 Central Park West, located between West 86th and 87th Streets in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to replace 1/1 double-pane windows in kind. On March 5th, 2019, the Commissioners reviewed a proposal to replace windows at a single apartment consisting of 10 windows at the 4th floor at the Central Park West facade. The existing windows are 1/1 double hung metal, and the proposal was to replace in kind with the same 1/1 double hung configuration and profiled metal brick-mold panel. This item required Commission review because the proposed windows do not match the historic 6/6 and 4/4 configuration. At the public hearing, it was noted that the majority of the existing windows at the building are currently either 1/1 double hung or single pane tilt and turn, many of which were installed after designation based on a contract that was in place prior to designation. It was also noted that a similar proposal was most recently approved by the Commission in 2016. The Commissioners took no action at the hearing, with some Commissioners expressing concerns about the increment effects of reviewing proposals for window replacement at individual apartments, and requested that the applicants return with a building-wide master plan. The applicants and co-op board president have returned here today with the same proposal for this specific apartment and have committed to pursuing a master plan in the coming weeks. They are here to speak to their request for this individual apartment and to speak to their forthcoming application for a master plan.
So if I can just, before we open up the hearing, this is just a little situation where an apartment was purchased, they're in the middle of construction for quite some time. They haven't, based on what the commission has done in the past, there was an expectation that this would be okay, and I think that, so they're sort of stuck, and the co-op has met with them, the co-op board now has voted they are going to get a dual master plan, and they're committed to coming back in a pretty quick order to come back, but in the meantime, are really here to say this is the last application, so this master plan, this poor tenant is in the middle of construction and stuck, and there's really, usually the staff would agree, there's really we don't really think there's an effect on this, this one particular application, which is why we're bringing forward. It's a little bit more now if you need to, but we don't need to hear it.
Right, yeah, so, I think the last time we saw this, I think, thinking about the standards that we have been applying most recently, this was more of a prominent building on a corner with less ornament, and I think people felt that this was a building where the original configuration really was more important to the style on this particular building. But this is a building where, at the time of designation, the historic windows had already been replaced, and the Commission had a history of approving them subsequent to designation. And so I think that they understood our comments, but as this one project is actually in place, sort of was based on our prior approvals, I think the thought is that maybe we could, as one individual apartment that would sort of relate to the rest of the buildings on the facade, that we could do it this one last time. But at this point, the board is on notice that this is the last one approval we'll do for window configuration. And I do want to note for the record that we have received a letter from the president of the board stating that the board of directors has voted to proceed with the development of a master plan, so that should be coming in place again. So if we need to, do we want to hear from the applicant, or are people comfortable with just doing this last one today? So let's.
In the matter of 262 Central Park West, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to replace windows, noting the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park Historic District. Further noting that at the time of the designation, most of the multi-light windows were replaced with 1/1 double-hung windows and one pane tilt and turn windows. That numerous windows at the primary facade were replaced after designation with 1/1 double-hung windows and single pane tilt and turn windows based on a contract which predated the designation of the historic district. That at least 8 permits have been issued for 1/1 double-hung windows at the primary facade between 2000 and 2015. That one commission level approval for 1/1 double-hung windows was issued in 2016. I therefore recommend approval, finding that the vast majority of the historic 6/6 and 4/4 windows at the street facade of this building were replaced prior to the designation of the historic district and pursuant to landmark preservation commission permits, and therefore the removal of the existing 1/1 double-hung modern windows will not eliminate the historic configuration. That the proposed 1/1 double-hung windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation and brick mold profile, and will match the majority of the windows throughout the facade in terms of configuration, operation, material, and finish, thereby helping to support a more unified fenestration pattern that although not matching the historic lighter color finish, the proposed dark brown finish will be in keeping with the finish of the existing windows at this building, and will continue and will maintain a unity of color in the fenestration. That the proposed 1/1 configuration will be in keeping with the configuration of historic windows sometimes found in the old Renaissance style buildings of this type and age, and will be harmonious with the restrained design of this building. And that the co-op board will be proposing a master plan to set standards for the approval of future window replacement at the building, which will help to enhance the uniformity of the fenestration over time, reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building, and facilitate future applications for neighborhoods.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that's approved. And that's a wrap for today. Thank you all.